I don't know if this works out. Mic check. Mike. Cam. Looks like we're good. Hi, I'm having a blast playing Heartseeker Victimized with Yen's Blessings, Dance of Knives thrown in with Shadow Imbue. Don't tell Blizzard though, it's too much fun for them. Oh, they already know about it. We've actually reported that bug way back. they reported that bug over a month ago. They're just letting it ride. I mean, it's not really harming anything. It's like, I think when I calculated before, it's roughly a 20 something% increase of damage overall when you fit in everything at the end of the day. So like, if you want to do the extra work to make that happen, sure. But yeah, they know. They absolutely know. So, am I gonna try? Oh no, wait a minute. That was from last stream. Anyhow, what I'm going to do is, I think I'm kind of done with the experimenting stuff for now. So I think all I'm gonna do is just pretty much continue the grind on on my favorite build, which would be Rain of Arrows. So I'm gonna farm some boss mats to get a better pit fighter's goal. And then I guess from now until PTR, so from now until next Tuesday, I believe, it'll be kind of just playing Rain of Arrows, so basically a week-ish. And then that'll be kind of it, because then the PTR drops Tuesday. I'll be blasting that, streaming a lot of that, because I have to get 3 days worth of information, because I won't be playing the entire PTR, because obviously PoE2 comes out that Friday of that week. Well, the early access, sorry. So I'll be doing that. And then once that is out, then there isn't much reason really to return to Diablo 4 for the remainder of season 6. That is unless that's really kind of it. Like even if it does start slowing down for me in the early access Path of Exile 2, maybe after the 3rd week or so, I might just segue into a second game. We'll see. Until season 7 launch. What class do I have a key? I don't know. I don't have a key yet. I'm probably gonna play Ranger, as I'm pretty sure most of you guys already kind of knew that. Mercenary is a possible choice too as well, but I think everybody's gonna be jumping on that mercenary bandwagon kind of thing. And I haven't really played much Ranger at all. When I did play like the little bit of PoE that I did, the very little bit of PoE. So I'm probably gonna start with Ranger. That seems more my speeds. Never played PoE. What's the closest to the rogue in that game? Depends on what you mean. You mean like Ranger rogue or melee rogue? Because if you're talking about like bow rogue, then obviously Ranger would be. If you're talking about like Twisting Blades or Flurry or whatever, I'd probably play Monk. All right, Riptide. Well, I would gladly take one, because I have not gotten one yet. Let's see. Where does he drop? Oh wait, that's my post. Hold on. Boss resources. Oh, I did do the boss overview thing on Maxroll. Yo, how long ago was that? Holy, I have not updated that post like this entire year. I put that out. I think I put that out like around this time last year. No, before that. That'd been before that. All right, hold on. I'm looking for. What browsers do I use? Do browsers really make a difference for what you do? For what I do, no, not really. The Opera browser is actually pretty nice for the features. I'm not saying that because I got sponsored by them at one point, like the Opera GX thing. It is actually quite feature packed. None of which I actually really truly need, but it's fun to play with. Okay, it looks like I'm farming Lord Zier for a good chunk of. Anybody want to do any boss runs? Specifically, Lord Zier. If you get the hookup, let me know what you need. Oh, Essen, okay, I can see it. I found it through your random Rail build, quite possibly my favorite build ever. Oh, cool, man. Selling my character guide, so I lost all the gear. Melee, okay. Yeah, so melee Essen, yeah, I will play Monk if I were you. I doubt Ranger would satisfy anything melee related for you in Path of Exile. I think Monk looks pretty sick. And if you want that kind of quick gameplay in and out sort of thing, kind of flashy up close, I think Monk is probably the closest thing you're gonna get to that. So, like if I was to play second class, in Path of Exile 2, I'd probably play Monk. But I'm definitely starting as Ranger. Okay, then. Guess it's my turn. I am wondering though, what with the sub 1 year? He's got the 1 year sub badge. Yo, Lexi, what's happening, man? He said you have 129 squares of blood. I have a lot because I never do any runs. It's just I haven't had a reason to do boss runs in forever. So I got like a jillion blood basically. From what it looks like here. I'm gonna just replace all these boss masks with blood. I will say this though, chat. I'm curious, like how, like I guess people don't really. I guess people really wouldn't know right now for sure. But I wonder how important WASD is going to be in Path of Exile 2, because I know they liked how it felt when they designed it on one class and decided to do it as like a staple for for movement and things, that you can actually do that. And I absolutely hate WASD. I hate WASD. So like if WASD, I'll put it this way, if click move won't allow me to be able to like access the full game's movement, I guess you could say I might have to play a controller. Like I might have to be just a roller player at that point. So at least with the controller, I'd be able to do most of the same thing as a WASD player. But but I mean, you guys already know how I feel about WASD. Y'all know. It's not even about the game or any game. It's just I can't. I can say WASD. All right, Lexi, jump in if you want. A direction of movement is too limiting. You mean with WASD? Or you mean with controller? Stone Mage. WASD. No, yeah, but I mean, I think when they were, the way that they talked about the WASD movement, like some I mean, it was like a little while ago. It wasn't like very, very recent. I remember looking back at one video and like they were really excited about how WASD, like how they were surprised about how WASD felt, like how good WASD felt with their system. So they went back to be able to design all classes, be able to take advantage of the WASD movement, and they feel like that's probably one of the better ways to play the game. You can move and shoot at the same time. WASD stutter step is slower. Yeah. So like that's the thing. I think that might push me more towards roller gameplay. Honestly, which I mean, I guess I'd be okay with. I mean, I'm not, you know, entirely against using a controller, but I do not see myself getting to a point where I would like to to use WASD. I don't know. No game has managed to convert me. Not even like Destiny. I guess yeah. I don't know. You don't keep moving to your click location while shooting. I think you might do. I think you might. When I saw a video with a mercenary, there was one dude who was just using click to move, like left click to move or whatever, and like he was able to still continue to move and shoot. But it feels, I don't know. I guess my thing is this: I don't mind the extra work with click to move as long as I'm able to replicate similar movement, if that makes sense. Like if I can't move or if I have a trouble staying in range because I'm choosing click to move, that would be all, you know, that would be unfortunate. But if I can do the same thing as a WASD player, but just with a few extra steps, I'm fine with click to move. Like I'll just do it. Peachy, what's going on? Hey Riptide, did you play? You make it sound like you make it sound like you had some gameplay experience already. Oh, you did. Okay. So when you say stutters up is slower, do you mean the attacks are slower? Like, can I, like am I still able to, you know, attack move at the same attack speed as? Because I mean, I know like like some games prevent you from being able to stutter step. It's awkward. No, you don't move slow or anything. It's just more difficult. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll figure that out then. I'm okay with that. As long as you can do it, I'm cool. Because WASD would be naturally more difficult for me. I know it sounds super silly. My brother now, Endeavor. Anybody else in the chat want to do some Lore Zero, by the way? Because that's pretty much all I'm doing right now, or for now. Yeah, we were talking about WASD, man. It's a Endeavor loves like WASD movement. Just squish your baby down. Yeah, I don't. You could play like anything you want. Do I? Endeavor with the sub 6 months in a row. Appreciate you. I mean, pretty much all you really need to do is just get your Vegeta, your Majin Vegeta, you know, sub badge, right? That was just kind of it. All right, hold on, Lexi. Smoke, what's your battle tag? What's the best rogue build? Greetings, always follow your builds. What's up, man? I mean, I guess it depends on the content. What are you trying to do in the game? Are you just trying to push? Like pit? Like, are you spending the majority of the time like pushing high level pits? Or are you spending the majority of the time like in T4 content farming for stuff? Because it kind of changes a little bit when you think about it that way. I'm still on my Twisting Blaze build, by the way. This is my Twisting Blaze setup. Riptide with the sub 14 months in a row. Appreciate you. And then Buff Sorg, please. With his first sub to the channel. What is happening? All right. We'll add dude. So add friend. Buster said you love my guys. Thanks, man. I think in the future I'll probably make sure that I have planners for basically every skill and I can't promise I'll have videos for every skill, but I'll probably branch out. I guess especially next season, because I'll be able to like save stuff in the armory, so I don't have to go back and forth all the time or like spend so much time. It's also new with the, what is it, level up 2? Oh no, wait a minute, high train is level 2, but it's also with the 2-month sub. Appreciate you. You look at me, I'm special. You are special, sir. You are special. Do not let anyone else tell you otherwise. Anybody else want to jump in? But yeah, I think I'm gonna do my best to at least do 4 or 5 video guides on, like, I guess my favorite builds to play. I guess it's just hard to get to all of them in a single season, just because, like, you know, like this season it was just so hard to farm like some mats. Like Masterwork and Mass has always been like detrimental, or Rawhide or whatever. It's just been hard to like get a okay setup going. Like I don't need anything perfect. Yeah, I don't need anything perfect, but like even just getting what I need was actually quite rough sometimes. So that, if anything, that kind of held me back being able to put out more video guides, I guess. It was easier in season 5 for sure. What's the best rogue build? Again, just depends on what content you're doing. Like, are you at the point where you just want to pit push and that's it? Like you want to just, you know, you're at the point where you're fishing for Spirit Caller and like, you know, that's like your weekend, right? Just to try to get the highest clears or whatever. If that's your content, then, you know, there are a couple of builds that are best suited for that, and probably only best suited for that, aka Rapid Fire, for instance. But if you're just trying to do like T4 content or farming content, then you have a lot of options. A lot of options. Anybody else? I'll give you like 1 more minute. Anybody else want to jump in? Peaches like, am I special? Sure. If you want to be Peaches. Want me to join them? I mean, if you want to. Do you want to? We're just farming Lord's Year for a bit. I'm going to try to get me a better Pit Fighter's Gold. You started a wave. Oh, I got plenty blood. I'm just saying, like, if anybody wants to jump in, so we have a 4th. But yeah, come on in, man. By the way, Lexia, I did watch your overpower rapid fire thing. I think it was last night. I didn't stream last night, and I was gonna comment. I was gonna comment that I think college frat boys would be a little bit jealous of your video, because your rogue can like out chug them for like a whole 15 minutes. Oh man, I couldn't help it though, because like literally that's all you heard. Like I mean, I'm watching, right? But then all you hear is chug, 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 and then, you know, you spread out your damage and it's like insane, and then you chug, 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 chug. You know, it's just oh man, you should totally rename the build, man. You can totally play off of that. For now, I'm running Barrage is the one you like the most, although I've only reached pit 95. Yeah, you totally can go way higher than 95 on Reign of Arrows. It's just a matter of getting better gear and also making sure you play bosses with minions, and then you're fine. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that gameplay looked very rough. I'll just put it that way. I think it was cool. I think the setup was cool, but it was just kind of like, it's one of those things where it's just like, I don't know. No, you can't. Yeah, exactly. But I guess people see the damage numbers and they're just like, oh, I want to do that. Not really like totally understanding that this is probably not something you may or may not want to do. So I don't really care about rotations here. Like I'm not anal about who puts in what mats or whatever at any point. Just jump in, throw some mats in, and play. But I do want to salvage or sell at the same time each time. No, that's the only thing I request. Oh wow, are there no Spiritborns in this party? I'm actually hitting things. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm actually attacking. What's happening? Get your son run, bro. You were here when I asked, Mika. Like you were legit here. Like a whole 10 minutes, I was asking, and you responded to everyone else but me. You had to run at 65. Boo. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did say that. You did say that. You're right. All right, yeah, you did. You're right. My bad. People can't grasp the toxic gameplay. They're blinded by the numbers. I mean, that's fair. I mean, for those who play the game a lot, I mean, like we know. Like we can look at something and be like, "Yo, I don't know about wanting to play this. I mean, cool, but I don't know if I really want to play this kind of thing." But I mean, I could totally understand somebody who might not have, who might not be well versed in the game or the class, to realize what's really going on and being like, "Oh, okay, he's doing that. Okay, all right, so." My fault for making it look good. I mean, you did make it look pretty seamless though. I mean, regardless of all the, I'm sure like, mental pain you were going through because you didn't really want to do what you had to do to make that work, which I can feel. I felt that on the other side of the screen, by the way. But you made it look really fluent though. You did. Now, if you could find some way to muffle the chug sound as you're doing it, I'm actually doing. I know. I'm actually doing. Yo, I'm actually like hitting the boss. Potion binded to mouse will help. Parents, what's going on, man? Live from Chicago. You been stuck for a hot minute. Are you missing Cali? Is that what it is? All right. Who wants to throw in some blood? Not everybody all at one time. You know what I'm saying? Will I do the rapid fire build again? Well, I mean, I'm responsible for rapid fire. On Maxroll, so I'll be making sure I update that every season. I probably won't play rapid fire for the rest of the season, no. I'm probably just gonna stick to Rain of Arrows, and then that's kind of it. Because I don't really do like any really pushing at all. I just find it very not fun personally. So rapid fire is only really good for that. Like if I want to farm, I'd so much rather play Rain of Arrows, to be honest with you. So all right, I'll go next. Can Blizzard make unique pushes that actually do damage? Yeah. I will say, amongst all the news that's been out, I am pretty excited for season 7. But I do, as I said before, I do hope that that they do revisit the content as well, since they didn't talk about it on like a live stream at all, like not once, about any changes to the in-game stuff, which I feel like that's a bad thing to not mention. Like maybe it's in the patch notes on Wednesday, who knows? But I think I figured you would have featured it if you had it, because those are important, right? Just like you featured the armory because that was an important ask, right? amongst the greater affix change thing for uniques, or you know, the uniques and legendaries or whatever, like that's an important change, right? Like you feature those because you know people really wanted to, you know, hear about that or know about that. But I think that, you know, maybe like let's say for instance, Infernal Hordes having better boons or having more balanced boons would be something that you would mention, because I mean, it's I love the game type. I love Infernal Hordes a lot, but it does suck to have absolutely abysmal runs because your boons are so like not balanced at all, or even close to being balanced. Then Curious Undercity is just, you know, pit kind of just with the way it's designed now. The whole you gonna run out of time aspect of it is no longer really the case, and that was kind of the selling point, because you had to kind of think about your route and whether or not you're gonna kill the time things, but it just becomes another run through activity. And then of course let's not even get, you know, on board with pit, man. Pit bosses being imbalanced, running out of mobs because mobs are stuck in corners that you can't see. I mean, I don't know. All of these need like addressing, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, maybe they did, and or maybe they will in the patch notes, but I was just surprised to not see them talk about it. Because it's great that all this new stuff is coming. Like the rogue stuff looks sick. I can't wait to try all the rogue stuff, right? But if it's within the same bubble of content that I'm playing now, like the exact same bubble of content without any particular fixes or improvements, is going to, you know, is going to wear off pretty quickly for me. What makes D3 rifts fun? If you want to be honest with you, Buff Sork, here's the thing. D3 Greater Rifts didn't become good until Diablo 4 tried to emulate the same thing. I'm going to be 100% honest. I played enough of Diablo 3 where people complained about Greater Rifts a ton. People were upset that it was just rifts and greater rifts to do, and that was it. And they were tired of doing greater rifts, even with the changes. And you know, they did make some improvements to greater rifts. Don't get me wrong, but people were tired of doing them. And then all of a sudden, Blizzard tried to replicate that, you know, in Diablo 4 in some ways, and everyone's just like, "Yo, why don't you just do greater rifts?" And you know, in D3, those were fun. I'm like, since when? Since when did you guys find that was fun? All of a sudden. But I was there. I was in the mix of those conversations in Diablo 3, and I remember people, you know, bagging on it all the time. And then all of a sudden, D4 does a way worse job at it, and we're just like, "Yo, D3 Greater Risk was so good. Why don't you just do that?" And I'm just like, "What?" Now, granted, people aren't wrong per se, because the Greater Rifts are still better than like pits, you know, right? It's better than pits. It's better than AOZ. So there is legitimacy there, but it's just kind of odd. It's interesting to see our perspective of it now versus what it was then when we were complaining. You know what I'm saying? So, don't get me wrong. It had its problems, but it was definitely better than Pit. And, you know, Everyday Pig, what's going on? Nah. But Greater Rifts just was a bit more streamlined. I would say I keep getting G on the wrong item, on the wrong part too. It's your 4-year badge. Has it really been 4 years? Wow. 48 months in a row. I think you're like second only to like Area, I think maybe. So after the mid-season update, game just died. Well, I mean, I could say so many things about the mid-season update, man. Like, I really think it was, in my opinion, and again, I know there's, you know, management decisions and, you know, where you're allocating your resources for and stuff, but like, I strongly feel that a season that releases with your expansion, a game that is released, you know, with the expansion, should have a lot of attention paid to it that season, because people are jumping in, people are paying money, people bought it, you know, people are like, that's bringing, you know, players back to the game and whatnot. So I really feel like they should have put more focus on the season of the expansion launch. So I'm quite shocked that they chose not to do that and just kind of go, oh well, you know, season 6 is, you know, kind of past us and there were some problems that we didn't foresee and it's probably just best to move on, which is pretty much kind of what happened. But I think that was not good. Like that, I don't think that was a great approach. So they're going to attempt to fix the issues and problems that they had in this season, in season 7, rather than fix it in season 6. Which I think that was, personally, I don't really think that was the right move, but I guess we'll see in hindsight, I guess. I personally think if someone just spent money on your product, that they should see right off the bat that you're supporting your product, you know, with the utmost care right now, not later. Especially when you have, you know, upcoming competition, obviously in the same genre coming up doing things like, just my opinion. What do I think of Dance of Knives? I think it's neat. I'm not the biggest fan of Dance of Knives just because, and it's not Dance of Knives' fault. Like, yeah, Dance of Knives didn't do anything wrong to me. I promise you, it didn't kidnap me or, you know, or anything of that nature. But Dance of Knives plays a lot like God 6 Demon Hunter and Diablo 3, and I played so much Demon Hunter in D3. I farmed God 6 for thousands of hours. And I think I'm just kind of numb to the spin to win. I guess doesn't really appeal to me as much. Granted, don't get me wrong, Dance of Knives' visual looks cooler than God 6 Demon Hunter, but I think God 6 Demon Hunter plays better. It feels better to play overall. And I thoroughly enjoy strafe weaving for like an extra 15% more damage on God 6 Demon Hunter and stuff. It just felt more fluid to play there, so I just never really could get into Dance of Knives in D4. It's a good build. I'm totally not saying it's a bad build. I just, personally for me, I just couldn't really get into the hype of it towards the beginning of the season. Is it agreeing? Feels like a lot of times there's a problem. The answer is next season. Yeah, I don't like that, man. I don't like that. I don't like that. Whoever's choosing to like manage the cycles of the content or fixes or like that really probably needs to really take a look at the player base and see what they actually want versus what they feel is best from a financial standpoint or whatever. Because I just really feel like the way they're going about it doesn't feel like a live service game at all. In that sense, it feels more like, you know, you're dropping, you know, mini content every season, but you're kind of leaving the season itself alone. Which for a game that doesn't have a leaderboard or anything, you know, no competitive element, you should be doing your best to make sure that season goes well, right? You know, make sure that season has life. That's kind of the point of a mid-season patch, is to continue to, you know, to bring life to the rest of the season, and that's not what this mid-season patch did at all. But I digress. Like I said, I mean, these are all just my opinions. You know, I can't even say if my way of doing it is the right answer or not, but I can just tell you why I'm bothered by it, I guess. Mika. Yeah, but here's to hope. Here's to seeing what they do in the future of what, you know, their timelines and things. By the way, can you even get stealth or GA stealth on Pit Fighter's Goal? I'm sure you can. I just personally just never seen it. I get it. I get everything else. Like I get AGA on like each part of this except for that part. You got it. Oh, okay. It's a 3-second though. Okay, so it can roll. Okay, I guess that. Yeah. I guess maybe it's just really bad luck for me. What do I need? I mean, just basically a GA stealth on the Pit Fighter's Goal. It'd be nice if Masterwork and Master drop in Pit. I don't mind where they drop now. I just wish we could have access to more of it. I guess, or just maybe reduce the cost of like 9 through 12. You salvaged a 2 GA one before, you didn't read what it was. Yeah. So yeah, if y'all got, yeah, because me and Lexi are both looking for Pit Fighter's Goal, like basically GA stealth Pit Fighter's Goal. So like, I mean, just one GA is fine. The other stats really aren't that big of a deal. I mean, GA on the cooldown, smoke grenade cooldown would be nice, I guess, for other builds. But mainly GA stealth is what we're both looking for with the 6 seconds. I don't want to speak for Alexi. I think he's looking for the same. Yeah, the other stats aren't really that great. The life of unstable Alexis. Where did whatchamacallit go? Oh, there you go. Smoke. What class are you planning on playing in PoE2, Lexi? Or are you gonna go back to I don't want to say roots, but you know what I mean. Still undecided? Ah. Yo, Chronomancer, like if I like Chronomancer looks pretty sick. No smoke, no. But yeah, definitely Ranger first. That is. Deadeye, yeah, probably Deadeye here too as well. I mean, I'm thinking that's as close to, I won't say pure Ranger. You know, I'll experiment with other class skills and whatnot. But I think because I mean I don't really know the game that well, I'll probably stick to whatever the Ranger has to offer, and then I'll probably like branch out in terms of other skills. But and try Huntress. Wait, want this? Yeah, actually, yeah. That's that's exactly what I was looking for. He just finds it on like the next boss or two. Like what? He's like, oh, this is what you want? Two boss kills later. I wonder if it's account bound. Is it account bound? Because it's been account bound all season for some, like most of the season for some reason. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I don't know why the item is just like automatically account bound. They didn't fix that? Apparently not. They buffed it, but didn't fix the fact that it's account bound. Insane, right? That's right. I got plenty of blood left. Hopefully I'll get something. Can't. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why that's account bound. Like when it's funny because this bug was reported like I think within the first week, I believe, of the season, and yeah. But yeah, I'm telling you, Mika, man, we just need a season of the bug fixes, man. Figure it all out for one season, like just one whole season. Just tackle as many bugs as you possibly can. And the sell all button. A sell all button would be kind of cool. Not gonna lie. I'd be down for. I'd be down for that. I gotta get you in here to Mika pretty soon. I'll jump in. It's all good, Smoke. Well, we can do probably 10-15 more minutes if you want to stick around, and then we'll bring Meek in if you want to sub out. Me too. You're not a fan of Boston. I generally am not either, but this is I finally actually kind of have a reason to do it, which is why I'm here actually doing them. I usually, like I said, I have so many boss maps because I don't boss, basically. I don't know how often you play with community, so don't want to take up all the time. Not that often. I mean, I don't really play groups in general, period, really. So it's really not much of a community thing, as it is just me just preferring to be a solo player, I guess. But there are some times where it's like this, where I don't really mind, because it's like I'm not trying to test a build or see, you know, the results of some theory crafting I was trying to do, which is what 90% of my content is really just that, right? Like testing something, creating something, theory crafting something, and it's hard to do that in a group setting. Like it's impossible, because then you can't really see what your actual results are, which leads me to play solo most of the time. I need to put some kind of official leaderboard for pit or something. Nothing feels rewarding. I definitely probably would not have wanted to see a leaderboard with the current state of the game. With the current state in the game, I don't really. I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt per se, I guess, to have it in a game, but like just to have it. But like it just, I don't know. I don't, if they're going to, I don't know if they will attach leaderboards to pit anyways, but probably that'll be the easiest thing for them to do. But if they chose to do something like that, I think they need to debut it when pit is in a better state. I'll put it that way. Because we all saw how Gauntlet went and the leaderboards with that, and how people eventually just stopped taking that seriously. And I don't know if you really wanted that to happen for pit leaderboards in Diablo, in a sense. Huntress is not available in early access. That's what I want to play, but I'm undecided at the moment. I don't even know what the Huntress is, honestly. I mean, it sounds cool. Spear decks. Oh, so like Javelin kind of thing. Javelin. Gotcha. Okay. That actually kind of looks like something I would. Okay. Samurai, what's going on, man? Okay, I guess went last. To be fair, you can use any skill in your class as long as you meet the requirement. Yeah, but I guess those skills won't even be available for early access, right? So like, you won't even be able to like spec into it or like, try it, right? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Undercity feels like the gauntlet reskinned. It pretty much is. So, just like the pit is basically AOZ reskinned, if you really think about it, like if you really put like you think about it in that sense, AOZ is basically pit reskinned, right? Ironically enough, as much as I complain about AOZ, actually there were some aspects about AOZ I actually liked better. Like I actually liked the well, not liked. I preferred the Bloodseekers over like the pit bosses in general. Although Bloodseekers had their own issues and problems that I didn't like, but compared to compared to some of the pit bosses, you're done with bossing. Cool, Steve. All right, you have a good one then. We'll bring Mika in. The GGs, Corbin. Do anyone want to get the blab I got left? Sure. If you just want to drop it, one of us will pick it up. Like I said, I'm pretty chill and relaxed. I don't care about a lot of things. Nothing here has to happen in any official manner. All right, Mika, you're up. Everyone was still Wall Street. Oh yeah, of course. I mean, absolutely. I'm just saying. I kind of thought to myself, it's funny because when they introduced that unique glyph, to come to find out that there's nothing unique about the glyph other than the fact that it just has a big range. It just have extended range, and that was the only thing that was unique about it. Like really, just like was mind blowing to me. Because we have like rare glyphs, right? But we don't have legendary glyphs at the time. We can skip legendary and go to unique, and the only thing unique about it is that it increased the range, and that was it. Other than that, it just added more damage. That was it. Against that, let me know if you move the hordes. We'll see. Bearded, what's going on, man? What's happening, sir? Yeah, the thing about it is that I actually do like Kira's Undercity. Like, I actually do like Undercity. I just think that, personally, I just think that the moment that you couldn't fail, now granted, obviously the reward system I think needs to be better too as well. I feel like they can kind of get rid of maybe half of the stuff that they have there, and then make maybe hit the other half a little bit more rewarding in general. I do think that for me, what made me excited about Curious Undercity was the fact that you could fail. Like, you know, if you try to overdo it, and of course, obviously, Spiritborn pretty much just completely ruined all of that. You know, in terms of progression is concerned, in terms of it being challenging in that sense, right, early on. But I like the idea of like, should I use this, you know, unique tribute or a legendary tribute because I may not be able to actually clear fast enough to really take advantage of the rewards. So I liked having to think about it that way, and then, you know, actually failing because I chose to be too greedy or whatever. Like, you know, like, I was cool with that. I thought that was different than what we had. That was definitely different gameplay than what we had. So when they made it easier and it became impossible to fail, and then of course obviously Spiritborn being as strong as they were, and then you just grouped up with the Spiritborn, we lost what was unique about that, about the game mode. It just became another mode you just basically blast through, like basically just pit again, just without the, you know, pit with extra steps. Kind of is just kind of what it became. So I was kind of sad that it did it just kind of fell into that. You know what I mean? Like it just kind of sucked. In my opinion. I'm going to say in my opinion because I know not everybody feels the same way about it, but I do think that if we're going to have different types of content, that there needs to be a selling point or a flair or something that makes it different, right? Like Infernal Horrors is obviously different than, you know, let's say Pit, right? They're vastly different. They play the two different roles. They don't even feel the same, which is great. Like that's what it needs to be. You don't need to make one game type more like the other in a sense. I think Curass needs to find that identity as well. And right now it really hasn't. You see, I hate that you can fail because of time and not because of difficulty. Agreed. You mean like in the current, like the way the current system is right now? Well, I mean, the time actually just is based off of strategy, right? At that point, strategy and like kind of guessing where your gear level is and where your progression is. So you kind of have to think about it ahead of time. And then of course you can sit at the beginning of a level, which I know not everybody really knows this, but because you don't have to know it. But you can legit at the start of each level, you can sit there and like the time doesn't run down until you leave the area, the starting area. So you can look at the map and map it out and go, okay, I might need to go here and then here, or I may not have enough time to go to the south, but I can finish off the top half and then, get it that way and then go to the next area. Like I like that. I personally found that fun and interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't need to be necessarily, it doesn't need to scale like Pit does per se, but it need to give you something different than what was already in the game, and that was different. Or mostly different. I'll put it that way. I'll say it that way. Distant Pit 105. It's just 5 minutes left. Enough for the boss, right? Depends on the build and the tier pit that you're doing. Just a pit fighter, but still need a dark shot because stuff was hitting hard. Yeah, so I mean, at that point, if you really need Dark Shroud still, I would by the way, if you're pushing, you can just put Dark Shroud on your bar. Like get rid of dash, go Dark Shroud. So yeah, you can do it that way. I would say Undercity felt really tough on the low level, low gear Necro. Wasn't a fan of the time limit had. Well, I guess for me that was the appeal. It wasn't supposed to be easy earlier on because it's supposed to be a like the way that Undercity was sold was a way to be able to tailor your gear, right? So like if you were trying to like already like if you were at the point where you're trying to custom tailor your gear at that point, then you're going to want to be strong enough to be able to do that. So Undercity was supposed to be, at least in my opinion, a little difficult early on because at that point you're trying to tailor your gear, and if you knew that you probably couldn't finish, then you would use a different tribute. Like don't use a legendary tribute, use a blue tribute that gives blue tributes value and rare tributes value, right? Versus trying to only use legendaries and unique ones where you're probably going to fail if you're not strong enough or you don't take a good enough strategy, right? Like that made the tributes have value. Right now, you never use any tributes at all outside of refinement and, well, boss mats maybe, and that's it. Like, that's all. Because you're never in any danger of failing, so the rest of the tributes don't matter. Right? There's no reason to ever do a lower one because you can't fail. So like the system of how it was designed doesn't really happen it just becomes a pit with extra steps, in my opinion. But it's okay for something to be hard early on. Like, I think that that's okay. Especially if it's meant for like maybe in-game progression and not initial progression, if that makes sense. Like, I failed too. I failed several times actually this season, like earlier on this season when I thought maybe I can, you know, be a little clever with the strategy. Like, yeah, I failed 2 or 3 times, and personally, I was fine with it. But have concealment instead of dash. Yeah, sure, you can do that, Darlis. Yeah. Bargain seem broken, worthless as well. In a sense, yeah, I would take a look at that, take another stab at that for sure. But in terms of having a slow character though might drop, like Necros, that's definitely a class thing. I wouldn't relate it to the content in general because I mean, Pit is kind of a similar thing, right? Like Necros just naturally a little slower to get through things with. But I wouldn't say that's Kirass's fault per se. But rather, you know, Necros not really having a movement skill. Candy Edition last night. I think the Paragon and level change is bad. I mean, I enjoyed leveling new builds and see them attain their full power. As you get to 1100 and felt your gear, it's kind of gone now, except for the getting the gear, and it's a pain in the ass now. Well, I mean, the Paragon doesn't really matter. I mean, I think maxing out your Paragon doesn't really matter. Like, you can see the full power of your build without the extra, you know, like 100 plus 100 main stat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that plus 100 main stat is not going to make a difference in any build you play or put together, etc. Like once you reach like Paragon 260 to like 270, maybe probably for most builds ish, like you're done. Like you're completely finished, pretty much. Outside of grab a few dex or strength or intel, whatever class you are. The Paragon 300 is really just for the people who like to see number go up, and I guess want the cosmetic basically at the end of the journey. Yeah. AJ said, "Good morning. Your build looks fun." This is just physical twisting blaze. I didn't switch out from it from when I was last playing it. Which was last stream. Was it Saturday? Yeah. It is fun. I do like. I kind of like Twisting Blaze the way it was before the game came out, but I do think that it should. I would personally like to see Twisting Blaze as more of a single target ability versus them trying to add some AoE to it. Because then I just feel like it just becomes like another Flurry-ish type sort of thing. And we don't really have any like real good single target skills outside of rapid fire. So I think the fact that you have to get real close with Twisting Blaze and you're stabbing with both weapons should automatically put Twisting Blaze in that category of, you know, super big single target damage, right? You're risking yourself getting that close. If you're stabbing with both weapons, it's like, why is it not giving you that oomph of a feel of single target without speccing into poison imbuement? So, oh, I'm sorry, Thunder Eagle. I'm sorry. You said the fact that you had to earn Paragon to each character previously, I enjoy more than just getting the 60 and boom. Really. Oh, I see what you mean. I see. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Fair assessment. Undercity, the devs didn't sell as an in-game system though, correct? Oh no, they did. They did. They sold it as a way for you to be able to tailor your builds, like custom tail. So like, let's say you're missing, you're pretty well geared out for them. I mean, you have low level tributes, right, which you can do at low levels, but like the higher level ones are obviously going to be harder to do, which means that you have to be more well geared to do the legendary, like the ancestral, legendary, and unique tributes or like that. So like you could go for the low level ones if you wanted to, but I think when they spoke about it, they specifically mentioned that it was something that was going to help you be able to tailor your gear piece. So if you're missing something in your gear, but you have a really, like, you have a good build, you've been farming for a while, you can't get, like, you know, let's say core skills on a glove or something like that, you know, Cuirass Undercity can fill that void because it allows you to kind of target farm for that piece, right? But most of the time, you're not going to get to that point until your character is pretty well geared, meaning at that point, Cuirass, you know, is going to try to challenge you to kind of get it. Great idea on paper. The execution didn't deliver on Undercity. Fair. Yeah. I guess the thing is that if it, how would one design? How about this way? How about we open it up to this? How would we design Cuirass Undercity differently than what it is? Like, let's say if you don't like the timer. Let's say you don't like the timer, and like the timer isn't like something that, like, you don't want to be able to fail. Like, let's say you don't like the fail mechanic. What else would you do with Cuirass Undercity to make it different than, let's say, Pit or other things? How would you make it different to where it's not, I'm just going to super blast through it without thought and then get the whatever rewards at the end? Like, how would you make it a more engaging activity? Because like I said, my issue is it just feels a lot like Pit with extra steps. And if you want to sit there and, like, you know, blast a level piss without thought, sure, no problem. You know, that's the content to do it. You know, you can do Nightmare Dungeons like that, whatever. But like, I feel like things like Dark Citadel and like Infernal Hordes or whatever like that, like they offer something different. You have to actually do something different, right? Am I the only one left for mats? If so, that's fine. This was unpopular, but I would add in traps like Season 3. You could fail by triggering too many traps, but make the bargain significantly more persuasive to the drops. Wouldn't that be more rough than the timer for you might drop since you play Necro? Like, that will almost feel like that would make it worse for Necros, in my opinion. At least, you know, on Rogue or like that, I can kind of, like, you know, skip over the traps or skip around the traps or whatever. But Necro, you have to actually walk around them. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying I'm surprised that a Necro would want that. I just don't think we have the correct movement in D4 for traps like that. I mean, I guess I wouldn't mind. I mean, I personally wouldn't mind the traps, I guess. I could see that not being popular, though. A popular idea. Kind of like what you said earlier. Just like, you think most people wouldn't like it, but... I like Undercity, but it's frustrating to run it and not get rewards on those above. Well, yeah, true, fair. Yeah, that's just part of Blizzard needing to fix bugs in general. Maybe it was a choice between going through or around. King White says it's stressful. You said you're doing a raid. I haven't been using an elixir this entire time. Not that it mattered, but the Cuirass was stressful. I would make it so more time you spend in Cuirass, the higher rewards, the harder it becomes, faster monsters, bosses appearing in small places, etc. So you would want to scale it per floor. Is that what you're saying? Like each floor is like harder, or something like that? Because there's like 3 floors, right? Not floor time, you get 1 infinite layer. So it'll be kind of like a okay, so kind of like the original Gauntlet, but with scaling over time. Is that what you're... Does the lift scale with torment levels? Yes, she does. Speaking of which, I don't think I've killed her this season. Have I? Have I even killed her this season? I don't know if I did. I think I did. Maybe I didn't. Right now, what am I looking for? Pit Fighter's goal. Or a better Pit Fighter's goal. I'll put it that way. Yo, this one's actually a pretty good one. It's a 3 GA one. I actually wasn't expecting that. But if like the other two, I don't really care about. Like the critical strike chance and the mending obscurity, but the nice. We can finish off my match though, because I know Lexi needs a ring, and I think who is it? Mika needs stuff too. Yeah, we can stay here until all my mats are gone. I got like 400 and something left, so you probably did for the first spark. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I don't remember actually doing her this season yet. I legit don't remember. Okay. Well, like I said, I mean, I guess for me, as long as Curious Undercity gives you something different, like the content feels different to play, I'd be all cool with. But I think Blizzard doesn't need to shy away from content being difficult, in my opinion. Because Blizzard shying, Wolfheart, what's going on, man? I think Blizzard shying away from content being difficult makes for eventually shallow endgame that you get through too quickly, because then there's nothing else to really do. Like it's hard to make meta progression if content doesn't become hard or doesn't challenge you in some way. I think specifically that's why I didn't mind failing. I was happy to fail. Like, I won't say happy fail. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I wasted a couple of tributes for sure, but I was okay failing because it meant that there's progress to be made. Either I made the wrong decisions, which actually every time that's exactly what it is. I made the wrong decisions and that was fine. I don't mind being punished because I messed up. But it gave me something to look forward to be better at eventually. So that's why I was okay with that mechanic. Not saying that everybody likes that, and that's cool, but I think that's what made it interesting for me. So new build you're trying out. This is twisting. This is physical twisting blades. This is just for fun. That's all. So not anything that I'm gonna play long term, but just something I built last stream. So I don't have a planner for it or anything. Yeah, PoE, we're brick the shell of Diablo. They won't shy away from harder content. Yeah, but also you have to remember that PoE was targeting the more hardcore gamer. Like, it built its reputation around that. So the player base, so GGG can offer more challenging in-game, metagame, etc. because their player base, you know, which was founded upon that, right? Initially, and what they became known for was that. So they can do that, and the player base mostly will eat it up. Now, it does mean that, you know, like in PoE 1, like there was some unintentional gatekeeping, not people that were trying to get people to not play the game, but like, you know, the game became so big or massive in terms of the amount of content in the game that it did kind of put off some players from wanting to try the game at the start, you know. But what I'm saying is they can do that and it's okay. I feel like Diablo 4 has a significantly more casual audience, and it makes it very tough for Blizzard to offer more challenging things in the game because you're going to get more complaints that it's challenging than your comments of saying this is fun or this is great. And I'm not saying one's a problem, but what I'm saying is that, like, playing D4 since, you know, obviously the release or whatever, I noticed that trend that, and at least in Diablo 4, there's not a significant portion of the player base isn't looking for challenge. And when there's no challenge, it means that your end game kind of becomes stale and there's nothing for you to do because there's nothing to challenge you or continue to challenge you in multiple different aspects. So it's just kind of, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm not saying one's wrong and one is right. I'm just saying it's hard to have a robust end game that's going to continue to keep playing over time if portions of the player base don't want it to be challenging. You know what I mean? Like, you almost can't really have both, right? I just think that if the game requires to avoid a task, you learn how to. Same applies to every other difficulty layer for the game. If the game never requires you to avoid something, you get used to it. Yeah, and that's kind of where we are, honestly, in D4. There are some one-shot mechanics that can be considered BS or whatever, but most of the time, like, I would say I don't really feel like this season. I didn't really feel like I was in any like much danger at all for the builds that I was playing on like Rogue. In fact, I was oftentimes underneath the armor cap and res cap and still didn't feel like I was in any danger, and I didn't have to really avoid anything at all. And I'm the person who usually play super glassy, but just having a barrier on Rogue just allows me to kind of like ignore a lot of things. And that kind of made me, you know, quite a bit lazy, but there was no other options. It's like barrier is free. It's not like I can drop barrier for more DPS. Barrier is just free in the build. So it's like you take it because it's free. If I can trade it for like 50% more damage, I probably would. but there's no way to do that. It's just, I think that's partially why I kind of like the whole, like, when we had the rubies that gave life or whatever, and I had the choice between doing rubies or dex for more damage or whatever. I always just chose more dex, but I also knew that I had to avoid things because I chose to go the dex route. I actually kind of enjoyed that, to be honest with you. The poison pulls and 105. I think the dot stuff in the game in general does way too much damage. But there's a scaling with that just doesn't really make too much sense, that they have not nicked or fixed or bothered to do anything about. You just got a 4GA mother's embrace. And game should be 5 times harder than it is right now because you can level up in literally 10 minutes. Well, sure, I guess. I just don't think that difficulty should just be all in just pit, because pit is just pseudo difficulty. Pseudo meaning that you're not presented any new challenges. It's just more health and damage as number go up, and like that's all we have right now in the game. The devs, as usual, seem to underestimate the ability of the player base to be able to chew through T4 content in general, or even like reach, you know, the upper levels of, you know, 80s pit, 90s pit, or whatever. They've truly thought there weren't gonna be many of us that does it. Now, obviously, the bugs in the Spiritborn, you know, they probably didn't see ahead of time. But, I mean, even other classes still, like, did my build looks fun? Yeah. It is, like, when I actually speed farm with it, it's actually quite fun with all the returning blaze part of things coming with me and things. But, exactly. More HP for monsters is not as scary as watching mobs move faster. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's why I think that Inferno Hordes is a great place to do meta progression, because then you can add other things that is just more than just health and damage. But I heard Spiritborn Bergs already were present in the review copies that they gave the content creators. Some of them, yes. Not all of them. Some of those were found out later. But yeah, there were bugs already in the review copy of the game. I know because I played the review copy of the game as well. So yeah, it definitely was present then. But some of them just weren't found out until later on. Biggest question is, you know, I'm wondering why they didn't do anything about it then. Or at least some of the bugs then at the time, when they were present when we played. Or at least disable. Maybe you can't fix it in a lot of time, but disable like that Paragon node for example, like disable that. Until a further fix, and then let them know they'll come back at a later date. You know, something. There were several steps they could have taken, honestly. After all seasons, I'm bored out of my mind. I'm just waiting for PoE2 to try a new challenge. I'm excited for it too. I'm actually not doing what I guess a lot of other content creators are doing right now, which is kind of watching videos of PoE2 at the moment. Not saying I won't eventually, but I kind of want to go in pretty sort of fresh. I don't mind being backseated when the time comes. But like, I kind of want to go in being mostly surprised, if that makes sense, because I didn't really play much of Path of Exile at all whatsoever. So I want to not necessarily know everything about everything before I play the game. I want to be pleasantly surprised. I'm like, oh, I can do this. You know, I get to that point where like, hey, I didn't know I can do this, and it's like, yeah, it's cool. Like, I think that excitement is fun. Like, I have no intent on like racing other content creators to a certain point or whatever. Like none of that really intrigues me. Especially not in early access. No. Lexi got it. Nice. I mean, those are probably the two GAs you want anyway, right? The other two GAs don't matter, so that's actually like exactly what you want. Very nice, Lexi. All right, man. GG's, Lex. You have a good one. Sure thing, man. I'm gonna keep going. Can you tell me Gillian's brew 20% damage to enemies mean? Where does that damage go? Weapon? Honestly, I don't know. I have yet to use it myself. I have it right here, but I have yet to do it. They take 20% more damage from your attacks. I think it's just a buff. You'll play monk somehow and make it a bow quarterstaff build. Right. I have like no damage on this twisting blaze build in group play. Lexi's OP Flurry was doing all the heavy lifting there. Who's dying? Oof. See, if I had the armory, I would just switch builds. Nah, it's alright. I mean, if I have to try, it's okay. Unless you just want to jump in. There we go. Also makes sense for me to correct my rotations too. You said you feel like I would prefer Merc over Ranger except for maybe Deadeye Tornado Shot. This is my guess based on what you've seen like in D3, D4. Ranger outside of that is a lot of poison or lightning damage. I guess the gameplay I've seen from Merc, which obviously isn't like a lot of in-game stuff or whatever, just seems rather slow. Like you're kind of like bogged down, I guess. It's just strong and powerful, and that's fine. I got oof. I literally just got satisfied. Ranger just seems a bit more agile. So that seemed like I'd be a little more interested in and being a little more flexible in that sense. At least that's what I'm thinking. I don't know if that's the actual place or that's how this is going to actually play out, but at least that's the thought. Oof. Yeah, see. I'm so used to not dodge mechanics that I keep forgetting to actually dodge mechanics. It wasn't available in the was better you played. Yeah. A lot of times I kind of do base like the way I like to play a little bit based on what Rudy wants to play, because we have a very similar philosophy, like gameplay philosophy. Oh, really? And so like he's starting Ranger, and I'm assuming if he's doing Ranger over Merc, despite playing Merc already, that there's mechanically there's probably reasons why, and it'll probably fit more so of how I would want to play as well. I think that's kind of what I've been basing it off of so far, because I think he's gonna go Ranger and Merc. I think. Oh, sorry, Ranger and then Monk. I think he wanted to do. Yeah, Deadeye Tornado Shot actually probably sounds pretty cool. Again, you know, ideally, hopefully, you know, we'll see different Ranger setups than obviously we saw in PoE1. Not that I saw a lot of it, actually, but you get what I'm saying. Also consider him I did laugh a little bit whenever I saw Bell Monk. Not Bell Monk, sorry. When I saw the bell from the monk, I'm just like, yo. I actually like the fact that what was it? There was a mercenary that actually was using the bell too. Which is actually pretty cool. But eventually we'll dive right into, you know, whatever's meta at some point. So like this stage of any particular new game is very fun to experiment with a bunch of, I guess you could say, what you would call new things. But then once you kind of dive into what we know is good, then all that stuff kind of gets consolidated into these are the good stuff in a sense, just like with any game. Did I repair my gear? No. It's not, I don't have a repair indicator. Wing it until you find the meta equals standard operating procedure. Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing. I think that's the thing that kind of happens with, and like, I'm not saying that like some games don't do it better than others, because there are games that do it better than others. Just like, I'll give you a great example. Fighting games is a lot like this, right? Where a new fighting game comes out, or a new iteration of a fighting game comes out. And there's, you know, you see trailers and stuff like that, and everybody's oohing and ahhing about every fighter in that fighting game. It's like, oh, I can't wait to play this character. Can't wait to play that character. This character's gonna be so much fun. This is gonna be so much better than like the previous iteration of the game, or maybe better than the other fighting games because this character looks dope, right? And then we get into it like maybe about a month or two when a meta actually like develops, and then we come to find out that, like, you know, 75% of the characters in the game are you know, kind of trash. Fighters are kind of trash, and then you kind of have your A tier, S tier picks that you're going to mostly main for tournament play and stuff, and it just kind of is. It just kind of becomes that way. So like all the hypes, you know, around the new character or the characters you didn't see before in this fighting game, you know, all of a sudden kind of goes out the window the moment that the meta develops, right? So we go from having all these different characters that we can play, right, to it being, you know, people complaining about balance, or these characters suck, and you know, it was all fine in trailers. It was all fine early, you know, early on before you have to get your hands on it, or before a meta actually developed, or when the game first came out. Everybody was always excited to try the new stuff, and it's like eventually we weed out what's bad, and then we're kind of stuck with the good, and just kind of hope that there's enough good to keep your interest. Or, you know, if the meta is like wide enough, I guess you could say, like if there's enough characters that are relevant in the meta. Which is kind of funny because, like, I know most people here don't play this game like that, but Smash Ultimate actually did a pretty like comparative to a lot of other fighting games or even platformers or whatever you want to call it. A lot of characters remain pretty relevant throughout the past 6 years of his lifespan. Considering how big the roster is, there's still a lot of people playing a lot of different characters at tournament play. Obviously, you have your S tier character, you have your S tier, the F tier, just like any game period. But they managed to somehow still have a roster where over half of the roster is still picked in tournament play. In a game with over 80-something characters, you know, 40-something still being played in tournaments each time is quite nutty. Meta is like when we were kids, everyone wanted to be the red Power Ranger until the green one came out. You know what? You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. You're right. You're absolutely right. I say that just because, like, because it's just true. Like, we see this in any game that has classes or fighters or new guns or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, we see this every time, you know, and it's like the previous games that have an established meta where there's only 25% of the guns are actually usable, or 25% of the classes are actually like good, or, you know, maybe 15% of the build possibilities are actually worth playing. You know, that's because the game has developed a meta that, you know, has put those builds above the others. And of course, at the end of the day, it is up to the devs to do a better job of balancing it. But you're going to establish a certain meta where you're not going to have thousands of builds, or, you know, those kind of things. It's just it's a natural thing. But until then, though, it's going to be a lot of fun experimenting and playing around with things until we, you know, you find those gems of builds, right? And hopefully there's just a lot, you know. The hope is that you'll end up having a lot of choices to do said things. Only character that is will always be eternal meta Goku. Well, no comment. So I hate that. Screw the meta. I play whoever I want. I've been kind of the same way in like most fighting games. Like I kind of I generally have that mentality. I kind of do the same thing in action RPGs here as well. I tend to play more what I want to play. I think I might have like one more inventory's worth of blood before I'm out. My character Tekken is really viable in the rank, but almost never makes top 16 in tournaments. Eh. I think that is it for me for Bloods, y'all. Actually, no, I have. Okay, no, I have one more run, one more or 4 more kills left. I think we can do. Wish the boost was seasonal. I'd love to make a rogue. I was actually kind of surprised that it wasn't seasonal either. I was kind of looking forward to making another rogue, so I don't have to go back and forth between builds. But I guess I'm at the point of the season where I'm done with that anyway. I'm gonna just continue to max out my Rain of Arrows build, and then just leave it at that until PTR hits, and then inevitably PoE2 early access. What's Maxroll's approach to PoE2? What do you mean? Oh, that. Oh, no. We already have a PoE team. So, those who are doing PoE guides will inevitably be doing PoE2 guides. So that won't be any of us. Woody might. No, I don't think so. I don't think Woody would. He's not. Like he manages the D4 team, the D4 side. He doesn't even have to do guys if he doesn't want to, but I think he actually wants to get away from that eventually. I think he wants to just get to the point where he just manages and not do the guys anymore. But yeah, we already have a team, so I'm pretty sure someone obviously with way more Ranger experience we'll be doing a guide there for that. Like I would never be able to catch up to someone who's on a PoE team who has that knowledge. It's just impossible. Also, it'll be kind of hard to keep up with too, because I mean, considering that Path of Exile, is just naturally a bigger game. Yep, that's on my blood. So like, since PoE2 is gonna naturally be a much bigger game, it'll be kind of hard for us to kind of keep up with guys between the branches as it is. Like, I feel like Woody, you and Max would be PoE2 players in time. You think so? Yeah, I'd be surprised if I prefer D4 over PoE2, but I could be wrong. Yeah, so I don't really have a I'll say this much. I'm not difficult to convert. But, sorry, put it this way. If your combat is simply just better, like if you have a better pacing of gameplay and combat combat mechanics, I'm not hard to convert. It's just been interesting because in this field of play, in this field of action RPGs, combat is usually not the thing that companies really spend that much time on relative to the rest of the stuff, like the systems, the itemization, stuff like that. Diablo was kind of the other way around, where they focus more on that and less on the other things. So like, if your combat is very polished and sound and feels great, I'm not difficult to convert. That's it. Like I said, I think I told people this before. If Path of Exile 1 had Diablo 3's combat, I would have never played Diablo 3. Like, I would have never touched Diablo 3 again. Simply just because why would I at that point? Like, combat is why I grind. It's what makes me want to grind your game. So if your combat is really good, I'm in. So that's why I'm kind of like on the let's wait and see kind of thing. You said build Dalmar. Sorry, I don't have a planner for this right now. I'm sorry. I didn't make one. I can though at some point. Yeah, I'm out of blood, guys, so that's kind of it for 0 runs. Cherry, what's going on? The Rax is basically converting peeps to PoE. That's a like I mean I think like for content creators like Rax, Rudy, and Rob, it's important to kind of ride the hype and the wave because that's their livelihood, right? And I don't think it's really difficult to do that in this case scenario because PoE2 practically sells itself. So you don't necessarily have to convince your audience, hey, I'm gonna try this new thing out. Come follow me, right? Like people are already excited about PoE2, so it's just a matter of, hey, I'm gonna play this, and people are just like, cool, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So for them, is definitely a smart thing to ride the wave at the moment. Even Rob, is doing that as well, and Rob has almost strictly been a Diablo guy. First time I ever even seen him like stream in the Path of Exile category ever. But for him, his analytics, man, like numbers don't lie. Like he plays Diablo 4, he gets like 600 viewers on Twister at the moment. He watches Path of Exile 2 videos and he gets double that amount right now. Same thing with Woody. Like they don't have, like they can legit just watch videos and talk about it. And they're like, they're getting 1.3, 1.4K viewers by just talking about Path of Exile. So it's kind of like from a full-time content creator's perspective, that's way easier to do, to literally just watch a video with your audience and just say, hey, this looks cool, than it is to actually like play the game, like play a game and get like half those viewers, right? So livelihood, it makes sense. They're full-time content creators. This is their money, right? I'm not in that type of demand yet because, like, I have a full-time job and other gigs that I do. So like streaming for me is not that critical, but my interest in Path of Exile right now is not necessarily the future of my content, but rather I think the game is going to be a lot of fun to play. So ideally though, I want to do both. Ideally, I can't say that that's going to happen, but ideally I would like to get to a point where both of them are fun to play and that I can kind of rotate between the games so there's no downtime between each game. Because let's be honest, there's going to be downtime in Path of Exile 2, when the game comes out and there's, leagues and stuff. Like every action RPG goes through that. So there's going to always be off seasons, or off season. This will always be like the back end of the season where like after a month of change, you're done. And like, you don't really have much else to do. So you might be interested in a new season of a different game or whatever. So honestly, that's kind of what I would like to do. That would be ideal. Do I still teach percussion? I do. I do think D4 will maintain more casuals than PoE2 though. PoE2 is a bit slower pace and more methodical as well as punishing. And like that's what I love. That's the biggest attraction to me. Like for me, like that attracts me a ton. Rob, he's training, yeah. To be fair, they have finished the season. There's not much for them to do, so it makes sense to do the PoE2 content. It can't fault them. Oh no, I'm not faulting for them. I'm totally not faulting them at all. Or at all. I mean, it makes sense. You're right. There isn't anything else to do. For sure. You're right. I'm just like, I think it's interesting to see Rob do it this early, just because Rob almost never does that. So that says a lot about the direction of action RPG hype, when even Rob is like kind of like, deciding to like shorten the season for himself. because he normally plays throughout the entire season. Regardless of whether it's a good season or not, he still plays the entire time. To be honest, you're right. If the game feels better, yeah. I mean, if the thing is, some players want to be guided by their favorite streamers. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I do think for me though, like, I'm gonna stick to my guns, like what I like, and that's combat. I think anyone who ever comes here knows that I'm all about the combat, the mechanically induced combat. I like challenging things. I like punishing things. I like things where you have to try. So like, if I'm offered that considerably more elsewhere, then I'm just naturally gonna play that more elsewhere. As long as there's content to grind with it, then I'll do it. Like I like roguelikes. Like roguelikes are fun. Like roguelikes is actually honestly becoming my favorite genre to play. But and there is replay value, but you are kind of missing that grinding element. And you know, you can't really do builds or anything for that, or guides or whatnot. So there's only but so much content you can really put out for roguelikes. But I really like roguelikes because of that, because it's challenging, because it's punishing, because it's the mechanics are usually like twitch based, or you know, require, you know, quite a bit of, you know, dexterity. Those are fun. Did I play Last Epoch? I played Last Epoch before launch. I didn't play launch because I was moving at the time and I didn't have internet. So that was kind of unfortunate. Which of the 3 S tier specs in your opinion is the most convenient for Rogue? Rain of Arrows. The reason why I play these games is that it takes a little thought, and I can just press buttons and blow stuff up. I don't overthink it. Oh, PoE2 is like that. I don't think it's gonna be like that, Husfather. I think it's gonna be easier to approach than PoE1 was, but I think they're still going to kind of stick to what made them who they are, and so I think the game is going to be challenging still. Again, I haven't played, so I don't know, but just from like looking at the gameplay, looking at people playing it, and even hearing people who have played it, I think the game is still pretty hard to play. I think it'd be easier to understand, like, you know, maybe the crafting stuff is a little easier to digest. The skill system might be a little easier to digest. They made it easier to understand, but it's still PoE at its core in terms of what you would expect from PoE. But for me, you know, it's really not even about beef or content beef or whatever. You know, you can like not have much content, but if that content is difficult and the gameplay mechanics is fun, I'm in. Beef for me is just, or a beefy content is a plus. Like it's like an add-on. It's like icing on a cake. I'm gonna masterwork this new ring. But yeah, I'm out of blood, but I appreciate you guys. Actually, what does my materials look like right now? Probably not that great. I probably can't. Oof. 5K. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do much anyway. Appreciate the runs of play. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Especially at the start where early access is probably going to last quite some time. I do think that the fact that there's a lot to offer in early access is actually pretty cool. But I will say that it does kind of make it easy to offer that much when like a lot of your end game is like revamped versions of end game you already have, right? They're not brand new, so they kind of took what works, which obviously it makes sense. I mean, don't fix what's not broken, right? So they took what worked and then they improved upon Path of Exile's in-game systems, right? So like it's already there. They kind of poured it over, made it better, changed quite a few, or changed some things about it. So I think it was easy to kind of offer that off the bat. But I do wonder in early access, like how long is the hype gonna kind of continue in it? Because I mean, in early access, there's going to be only but so much you can do, even if you have a lot to chew through. But I would think like maybe a PoE veteran who may have already played all these systems already before, especially the in-game systems, once they kind of gone through it a couple of times or a few times, it's kind of like it's going to feel more samey for them, but just new build opportunities. I guess how long will they continue to blast early access is the question, because we don't have a release date for Path of Exile 2 right now. Like they haven't announced it yet, which is say most likely. You said Ben is most likely playing softcore to start because he expected to be too difficult to one shot in hardcore. Ludicrous, appreciate the follow. For me, when the game feels like a chore, I gotta stop. Like with D3, I played the game for almost a decade, and last season was your last. It feels so much like a chore, and D4 pose at you more. I couldn't handle how much PoE depended on trading and player market. Well, there's also a solo self found mode, right? Is that in early access too? Is there SSF mode in early access or no? That's one of the features I really wish Diablo 4 had. I went for almost a decade on Arc to Conan, and by the time I got to PoE, I was burnt out on games like that. But I'm gonna give PoE2 a chance. It looks beautiful. I see what you mean. I do think that I guess that's the thing. I do think that people really truly feel that, you know, as great of a reception that Path of Exile 2 is getting, that it's totally okay to like both games. Or to still like a different game just because one game is is doing well. Like it's totally okay. Like season 7, like Diablo 4 season 7, the road changes so far without them giving us all the patch notes actually does look pretty sick. Finally, Shadow Clone actually being viable is actually like quite a bit of hype. Shadow Imbuement getting some love, also quite a bit of hype. Cow traps being able to be thrown instead of like you being tossed back is some hype. You know, ultimate skills. I mean, Rennerville is going to be ridiculous next season. Already with the ultimate skills changes. Armory being able to swap builds for different content will also give me a little bit more replay value. So, like season 7 is still shaping up to look pretty good, and also some of the seasonal powers we'll kind of see what they actually offer. But like I have every plan on obviously blasting that too as well, because that's good stuff. So even if I am, you know, enjoying Path of Exile 2, obviously, I mean, I'm still gonna jump into that, like for sure. I haven't bartered in like forever. So I just got into the game, and you plus your stream seems the most chill. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate you. Try to establish a late night vibe, I guess. Say solo mode is fine, but the likelihood of getting a great in-game build solo is almost impossible without market. Is it really that way? I'm asking. Like I don't know. Like I'm legit asking. You can use currency exchange. Is that for a summoning? Okay, but yeah, I mean, when I play, I'm gonna be playing solo self-found. I'm doing zero market stuff because I don't know near enough about the game to participate in market like that. I'm not trying to add a extra layer of complexity in which isn't I guess quote unquote necessary if I don't have to. I put it that way. I'd rather focus on playing the game or learning the game. I'll be honest, I like D4 enough to play for expansions, for PoE downtime. I'll most likely be playing PoE as far as action RPGs goes. I'm too old to play both at the same time. Oh man. Actually there was a time period in my life where I was like that too. Like I said, I can't make a lot of, you'll never hear me say like I'm going to do this or this will happen. I don't really ever make those claims or anything of that sort until I actually play, right? I'm excited, don't get me wrong. And I'm expecting to have a lot of fun in Path of Exile too. Who knows what it will end up doing, to me in terms of grabbing me and the route I take after early access or when the game actually comes out, right? It's like I'll play early access, I'm sure. Like I'll blast early access for the first like 3.5 weeks, like for sure. Like I mean, basically from December 6th till like, I mean, what, mid-January or whatever, or like early to mid-January easily. Would be practically just Path of Exile to early access, but I think past that point, it just depends because again, it at the end of the day, it is kind of still just early access, and I guess it depends on what they trickle in to the game on each update as they're preparing for release and whatnot. So I'm really interested in seeing what their release date is going to. What the release date is going to be. Sorry. You submitted that so you don't want to feel like a newbie again. Actually, that's what's exciting to me. I like the idea of like learning something new. I'm not the whole like, stuck in my ways type thing. Like I'm always excited for something new. Like anytime like there's a new thing, even like let's say in Diablo 4, which is obviously different, obviously, right? But if like someone says something about something working, I didn't even know, like me putting it together and not understanding how it works is exciting initially, because it's new. So I'm actually looking forward to going into Path of Exile 2 as a newbie, like for sure.
I like seeing what Papa's friends collect.
Biggest thing people always reward you for your time you put in since currency is crafting. So I've always thought D4 didn't expect my time as much as I'd like. Fair. Someone says I jump ship so fast, but I'm new to action RPGs. Yeah, man. Well, I mean, if you're new to action RPGs, you're just kind of trying to figure out what you like. So that's totally what's gonna happen. I mean, I do that for like other games, like first person shooters, especially. Like, you know, I'm the least bit loyal when it comes to that, just because, you know, I don't really play the genre much. So if it doesn't capture me early, then, you know, I'm kind of out. What's this song? You need it in your life? Okay, give me one sec. It's called Green and Gold by Cure. I think he's Japanese, if I'm not mistaken. Trumpet player.
Add that, carry the 1.
I played Fate back in 2005, and that was the only one I played until now. I've been grinding Baldur's Gate 3 the past couple of weeks. This game feels like it's never gonna end. Yeah, but I think too at the same time, though, I think another reason why I am excited to play Path of Exile 2 come Friday or next Friday for early access is because it's also winter break for me. So like I don't have anything going on. So like the timing couldn't have been better to like sit down and like grind and like learn the game. Because I don't really I won't have to work obviously. So it's like that's perfect. Right. You know, so like yeah, I'm that's why I'm just saying like bro, like, I mean I got all the time in the world for like a month.
I like seeing what
To like learn as much as I can about the game. I mean, obviously, I still won't know much after the end of the month, but I'll be much further along than what I was. I'll say that much. That's my first 3 GA item I've seen from bartering.
I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. Did I count it out?
Actually, I don't really know why I'm being like so finicky about this. I'm literally not gonna be doing much with this. I'm just put back on running rails and just kind of call it a season at that point.
Did I count it out right?
Riptide, are you racing or anything? In early access or what? What's your plan? Just chilling and blasting. I might hit you up for some group play. Since I don't think solo self found will be a thing. Early access, right? I don't think so. Yeah, because I mean, I'm definitely going to need a guide in terms of what to do because obviously I just don't like when I played it was before a lot of the league mechanics stuck around. So I'm talking about like 7 years ago. So yeah, if you don't mind, like, you know, having a newbie tag along, that'd be great.
Add that, carry the one.
You didn't play all of them they have in PoE2, just a few of them. So I'm assuming that you don't have to engage with all the in-game systems. So you can just progress your character full out without playing the majority of without playing some of the in-game mechanics, I guess you could say. Like you can just choose a path of progression, I guess. If that's the understanding. Again, it's been so long since I played. That's a got any distill fear I can bother. I got plenty actually. It's in my stash probably. But yeah. Actually, let me look at my stash real quick. Yeah, I got plenty. Okay. I mean, if you wanted it, man, I got you know, I got you. I got so many boss mats from not doing bosses.
Add that, carry the one. Did I count it out right? I like seeing what Papa's friends collect.
Yo, how many more coins do I got? I guess it's been a while since I think it's probably been like what, at least 3 weeks or whatever since I've last been down here.
I like seeing what Papa's friends collect.
I guess I could have, like, if I really wanted masterwork and master, it would have been faster for me to actually do the nightmare dungeons than to actually like find them in the barter. Because they don't really give you much at all. Like 45 really, or when you find them, like seriously, like. Every time I see a white beater undershirt, I think of this. No comment.
Did I count it out right? Add that, carry the one. Did I count it out right?
All right, it says augment, boss mats. Yeah, I'm almost out of mats now, or almost out of coins.
I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. Add that, carry the one.
Okay, there we go. I'm finally out of whatchamacallits. build. I haven't even done anything on, on this build in like 45 minutes. This is just twisting blades. This is physical twisting blades, but I don't have a planner for it. Because literally, I just threw it together last stream, literally like on the fly, and it's like for speed farming, it's actually pretty fun. I'll put it that way. It's obviously not very strong, but it's fun. I do kind of wish there was more emphasis on the returning blades part of things for the speed farming part of stuff, but it is what it is. All right, so how many materials do I have now from doing that? I've only gained like what, 800? Like seriously? Wow. All right, so I guess I do have to do some nightmare dungeons anyway. That's fine. And I can do it on this build. That's fine. Do the balance. You're curious in your opinion on Maxroll? I don't really, honestly, I don't really have an opinion. I'll play with thug life glasses on. All right. Yeah. Can't go too fast because I still gotta pick up mats. You know, there's one thing I like feel like kind of hurts Diablo 4's progress a little bit. Like going forward, like each time they think about having to do things. I do think that this whole like open world thing that they attempted to do, but not really like give us much to really like, or much of a reason to explore into the open world, kind of really hurts the game as a whole, because you have to kind of keep the whole open world thing intact. If they were really kind of like keep it instance based or whatever, rather than everyone kind of running around randomly in the open world, you know, for any particular reasons, especially like, let's say, casuals who don't know, you can teleport to dungeons or whatever. I think that makes it harder on the team. I'm pretty sure they're probably looking back on it now. It's like, man, we probably shouldn't have done the whole open world thing. I think it was a neat idea, but execution was not done well, despite the fact that the open world looks good. Like it looks good. Like if you're actually just running around your horse, right, or panther or whatever mount you have, like if you're just running around, like it looks good. Like I think it's well designed from a visual standpoint, right? But it's kind of really it. I haven't heard his music. No, I haven't, which is why I don't have an opinion. At least not yet. I still haven't caught up with the Kendra's latest album right now. I'm behind on stuff. You said they want to be all in one genre, no identity. I wouldn't necessarily say that, but I do think that they did try to appeal them more to a bigger audience by making it look more like to have kind of MMO elements in the mix, and that's just kind of hard to upkeep and make, you know, relevant. As you can, well, see that they struggle doing that. Wait, what happened to 3 Below Zero? Well, I guess I think just like links in general, you probably still have to kind of ask. Even if I do allow links, you probably still have to ask, just as a just in case. Yeah. Alright, so this dungeon sucks. I just forgot which dungeon this was. Tomb Lord, of course. Would have guessed. You won't mess with any of them. Alright, fair. That one was because you're just feeling spicy. I mean, I'm down to check out any day. As a percussionist, do I like or do I cringe on groups that overuse polyrhythms? You know, I feel like if the song's intent warrants that, sure, but just for the sake of doing it because you kind of want to, you know, somewhat show off. I wouldn't even say show off, but like you just kind of trying, like if it's in every track and everything that you're doing, I do find that kind of cringe. But like if you're doing it sometimes to emphasize maybe a song's message or what's going on in the song, then like sure, you know what I'm saying, like then that's fine. Then it's not overused. It doesn't feel out of place. But when you're trying to force it into everything, yeah, that just becomes you know, not really fun to listen to. Like, I'll give you a good example. Like, Dirty Loops is a group that does polyrhythms, you know, to like really well, but it's done tastefully and it's not the entire time. But when it happens, you're like, you know, you're excited to hear it because it's done tastefully. It's not there just to be there. I play odd time signatures, not polyrhythms. I just can't keep time. Time is always, honestly, times and like rhythmic things has always been my strong point as a percussionist. That I guess you would assume so. But like I was always really bad at like sight singing or whatever, like really bad. I mean, obviously my job required it, but I was never good at it. Still not good at it to this day. But like legit, I mean, you can give me any rhythm and I can write it out. Like literally, just like write it out after hearing it maybe once or twice or whatever. Like notate it out. I was always very good at that. I'm like hardly ever using my death trap. Probably should think about just doing Shadow Clone for this speed farming. For like Nightmare Dungeons. Yeah, they're I get too swingy even in meta. Your favorite band is Snarky Puppy? Snarky Puppy is really good. They sometimes they're opposite. Sometimes there are some tracks where you know they're obviously just like doing what they're doing in their solos just to kind of like show off their musical prowess, man. And it works. It works. It works. I saw him perform live once. But three below zero. I'll check it out. You get too swingy even in metal. I'm a living room Hall of Famer. What a way to put it. You said you get kit and base, but not train really. Jamming out to your imaginary concert audience. I just am up for the wife these days. She loves everything I play. She's legally deaf. Oh man. Wait a minute. What happened to 3 below 0? I feel like I missed it. I just realized that some of his messages, well, two of his messages got deleted, and then he got banned. What happened? Oh, he asked. He asked to be banned. Okay. Okay. Uh, I think you can you can unban him, but yeah, you can unban him. I mean, I guess the can't say anything if you legit ask for it. I'm almost actually thinking. Well, before I get off of Twisting Blaze, I'm actually thinking about just getting rid of the whole like returning Blaze, returning faster or whatever. Like I actually kind of want them to linger so I can have more time to dash to the next pack and actually get some of those returning blades to hit. I know it's not strong, but I just like the fun factor of it. I can feel bad for Twisting Blades because like I personally feel like they kind of ruined what made it unique. I know I'm gonna always be in the very small minority when I say that, but like the whole returning blaze thing is like such a unique thing, and the rogue's kit that we don't really ever really get to play around with it. Yeah, just kind of like, I mean, sure, the damage happens faster, obviously, because it's rotating and stuff like that faster, but like it kind of takes away the whole like I don't know. See, like, what is it? Yeah, let's just take out the bits real quick. Hey, where am I going? Where do I go? Oh, doesn't matter which one I put the objective. They're both objectives, right? Okay. I guess I can go either way. Yeah, see, I actually kind of like that better. Let me just pick a regular pair of boots, honestly. Am I gonna play PoE2? Yep. Yep. I have every intent on playing early access. Guess I could throw in any boots really. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, I like this better. The later returning blaze, honestly. At least for this content. I can't speak for other stuff, but for this. Carnus, what's going on? Alberto, what's happening? Oh, I literally just went to one base circle. Okay. What's up, my bro? I'm Latino. What's up, man? I am 146 from. So you said you have a 146 Paragon. Okay. What class are you playing? Yeah, I'm gonna legit just do Shadow Clone just because I'm really not really even using Death Trap really for this. And I have like almost no reason to for these runs. When they increase your attack power, you definitely don't want to increase your attack power. Your attack power is practically meaningless in this game. That is not the stat you want to look for. But honestly, if you want to get legendaries, honestly, your best bet is actually not what I'm doing, which is Nightmare Dungeons. I would honestly do Helltide, or even like lower level pits. Nightmare Dungeons is more so for like masterworking. The amount of legendaries you get from Nightmare Dungeons is really not worth versus the other content. I put it that way, which I'm not doing. I guess I'll salvage these while I'm at it. Watch a great series on Prime they call Cross. What is it? What is it about? My wife is watching Madam Secretary, and I promised I wasn't gonna get caught up in another series because I think that has like 6 seasons or whatever, 4 or 6 seasons, and I'm just like, that's just gonna take up a lot of time. Sometimes she wants me to watch it with her, and so like, you know, each episode is like almost an hour long, and I'm just like, but it's good though. It's really good. Because that drives you crazy. Whether I have a tap power is meaningless. It's technically meaningless in every action RPG. I don't know if there's a single action RPG that's done that right, or has done that in a sense where it actually shows you your actual, like, you know, power, or like, you know, like accurate or relevant. But you're right though. Like, you're not wrong. You're 100% right. I mean, people look at that as a way to be able to see you know, progress on the character, right? It's like, okay, this number go up, I must be stronger or whatnot. So you're 100% right, but yeah, the way that multipliers work and stuff doesn't get made part of the equation. As well as aspects, like aspects aren't taken into that, and it is a little hard to make it work that way, because obviously, like, let's say if aspects, like, how do you make aspects I guess you could say, like, calculate your attack power when some aspects require conditions for them to work. So, like, if you haven't performed the condition, then how would you know what your attack power would be? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then some of them have tiered progression stuff with that. I mean, I guess you could make it work while you're attacking or whatnot, but it'd be kind of hard to kind of take a look at your attack power while you're attacking to have those buffs up. You know what I mean? I don't think it's really an easy problem to solve, because, like, again, no action RPGs ever done it like to where it's accurate, right? Like, it's just hard. You said you would like to see attack power like life or armor? Of course, other calculations that go into play based on the aspects in the build, but at least we'll have some base damage doing numbers to start with. Yeah. Like I said, I think it's just really hard. It's really hard to tackle. And granted, we've seen many action RPGs come and go. And not a single one of them has really nailed that. So it's definitely not a, you know, a death, like, you know, like, you know, people just being lazy about it, but more so like how to act, like how to truly make that an accurate portrayal of your damage, in a sense. I just don't think it's really been solved yet. You know, as we get more tech and, you know, and just in general in the industry or whatever, maybe, I don't know, but just something similar to what D3 has. I mean, I mean D3 was in the same boat too. Like, its attack power didn't, you know, your attack rating, attack power, like all that wasn't really accurate there either. As Monday night, I actually forgot it was Monday night. So Tuesday, tomorrow I'm gonna like jump into a new game the second half of the stream. Haven't decided what game yet. Wednesday, obviously, we'll jump into patch notes for season 7. So we'll jump into patch notes and then we'll play more D4, I guess. And then Thursday we'll go back to playing one game for half and the other D4 for half, and then new game the other half. Some classes in D3 could use attack power as a gauge. I'll say some classes. There were some builds technically that didn't scale with like the traditional multipliers that you could use the attack power to kind of get an idea of like what you're actually dealing with. Those builds were definitely few far in between, but they did exist. That's probably the closest we've gotten. So I played Torchlight. I played Torchlight too a little bit. Not for long, but I did dabble on it like a teeny bit. I was sad to see what they did with the Torchlight 3. I had high hopes for that because of the names that were behind the project. Like you have big names behind the project of that game, like ex Blizzard, Diablo 2 employees that were, that were heading that game, and it ended up obviously not being or not being much at all, or worth playing at all, put it that way. And then they just scrapped it. I thought Torchlight 2 was fun though. We'll be playing the paid beta and PoE on the 6th. I mean, early access? Yeah. I'm gonna play. I was gonna wait until the game comes out, but I think, like initially, like a month ago, so I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna wait until it comes out or whatever. But I guess when the supporter pack is, is $30 or whatever, I'm like, what? I guess I can fork that. That's fine. Diarrhea Diablo fan. I am a gameplay fan. Your game can have no title, no anything, no story, no anything, and I am a fan. I still honestly think Diablo 3 has the best combat feel, period, so far, from what I've played so far. I think the animations are better in Diablo 4, but I think the combat feel in Diablo 3 feels more fluent. The path is looking to follow Larian's model. Do not be surprised it ends up in development for a long while in pre-release. Given the fact that they haven't released they didn't have a release date, or they still don't have a release date or whatnot, you may be right. Although I think there's been people, sources stating that it's slated to be released in 2025, but that very well could be different. Early access would last a minimum of 6 months. Oh yeah, for sure. But I think at this point though, like if the release date was going to be somewhere summer 2025, I think they probably could have already said that by now. Like if they were that close to being like done or whatever, I think they could have actually said that. Because like the last 6 months of your development is going to, you're not doing brand new things, you're just polishing at that point, and you can kind of have a release date at that point. So them not mentioning a release date means that they're still in the development process of things. And so like I'm looking at maybe towards it. I mean, honestly, I'm thinking maybe like winter of 2025. I'd like the earliest. I wouldn't be surprised if it launches like next year around this time. Hey Doctor, how's it going? It's going alright. It's going alright. Honestly, I'm just chilling. I'm legit not even doing anything crazy. Just farming some mats so I can step back into Rent Rails and kind of be done for the season in terms of like exploring and stuff. At that point, I'll be playing just for the sake of playing, maximizing my Rent Rails spec as high as I possibly can, and then once December 3rd hits, then there'll be PTR Blast for 3 days, and then December 6th will be PoE2, and then that'll be it for like my Diablo stuff until Season 7. Gearing up to participate in the up and coming PoE2. Well, you can't really gear up for PoE2 early access. Like, there's nothing you can do. But unless you just mean like preparing, like, you know, like mentally preparing or whatever. I mean, I plan on going in pretty blind. Like, I'm excited about it. I think the gameplay looks fantastic. The combat looks, you know, looks like it's really up my alley, which is what makes me the most excited about it. I can't wait for that, for sure. But everything else, it's gonna be more so like learn on the fly kind of thing. Let's wager that bling. Same with you guys, summer or winter. Well, no, summer or winter is like a big difference, right? Summer is like 6 months from now, 7 months from now, right? Whereas winter is like 11 months from now, 12 months from now, right? That's a pretty big difference. But like I said, I think if you haven't announced your, a release date for your game, I highly doubt that. I don't say highly doubt, but I think there's just a slim chance they're gonna make the summer deadline. Considering how massive, the game is and like what they're continuing to do with it, I don't know. I don't see it. I think Sausage and Noob might actually be more right, in which they, stay in early access for a while, which wouldn't be a bad thing. But there does have to be a reason why they haven't like even given like an inkling of their release date, right? They've been very hush about it. And they're usually pretty transparent, so like I guess that's another reason why like I'm like, I don't know. Have I played any Souls games? Yes. Yes. I don't do it often, but if anything, I kind of like the roguelikes. I prefer roguelike over Souls-like, honestly. Not that I don't like Souls-like, but I think they're both punishing, obviously, and different ways, but I kind of like the replay value of roguelikes. I think that's probably why I gravitate towards those more than anything. In fact, I think I'm gonna end up playing tomorrow night. It's gonna be a roguelike. Melodic, what's going on? I don't have a planner for this. I'm sorry. I literally put this together like during the stream like 2 days ago, like literally on the fly. I think it should somewhat revitalize the competition in the genre, but we shall see. I mean, that's kind of like that's the hopes. Well, not the hopes. Let's put it this way. Like that's what you want to happen. I know there are people on like certain hours where it's like, you know, they want the other game to die, or this is going to kill this game, or whatnot. I think there's honestly too big of a way too big of a casual player base, and Diablo brand is just too big to really fail like that. Only Blizzard can really like outright kill themselves. But I think overall that I mentioned this before, that you want both games to succeed because it means that both companies will have to, you know, will want to continue to one up each other in a sense. Right? Like you don't want one company to feel like they have such a big reign or monopoly on the genre where they don't innovate or update or upgrade or do more than they have to. Because it's like if you're already on top and you have no challenges at all, like then there's no reason to trickle down more than what the player base is satisfied for. Why do more than you have to, in a sense? You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's just business. Like it's not even like fanboying over one or the other. That's just the way businesses work. Like we look at, I give like the example I always give is what AMD versus Intel. You guys remember the whole like, and how Intel was so dominant in the PC market, the CPU market for so long, and they didn't innovate, you know, in the 3, 4, 5, 6 series CPUs or whatever. They just basically resold the same thing over and over again with like slightly higher clocks and, you know, considerably overpriced CPUs. And then AMD AMD came out with Ryzen, and then all of a sudden started taking that share, and then Intel was like back, you know, had to kind of like, you know, innovate at that point because AMD was actually taking market share. So if it wasn't for AMD, you know, Intel would have kept re-releasing shitty CPUs, shitty overpriced CPUs, because they had no competition. And now, you know, they're kind of in trouble. For different reasons, for multiple reasons, but one of them is that, right? So it was great that AMD did step up and whatnot, and it forced Intel to, you know, have to do stuff, but it was a little late for them. But at the same time, you don't want AMD to kill Intel because you don't want AMD to be in the same situation. You don't want AMD being the only chip maker, the only CPU maker, because then guess what? Same thing is going to happen. So while they might be the good guys in this equation or whatever like that, they're still a corporation and they don't give a damn. It's going to be one of those things where if they're on top, same thing. They can, you know, look how much they're charging for their CPUs now. It's good, don't get me wrong, but like, you know, they used to be the value CPUs, right? Not anymore. You know what I'm saying? So like, you don't want any one company, regardless of the industry, to have a monopoly. You just don't. You said the funding you spend on pre-release goes directly into game development. Well, yeah, it does. Star settings said D4 would definitely step up. They might probably listen to the community now more than ever. honestly, in my opinion, like just given the fact that I am a little closer to the Diablo team because I've actually met them in person and whatnot. I honestly think, in my opinion, I think the game is being managed poorly. If I had to give like an overall assessment, I think the game is being managed poorly in terms of like what the players want and need and like what's good for the game. I think it's the decisions are poorly made. I don't really think that that is really coming much from the devs team in terms of what they want and what they want to see in the game. Because whenever I get a chance to speak with them, they totally understand clearly what's going on, and then sometimes what we see ends up being nothing like they understand, and that kind of almost basically shows that there's a disconnect between management and like the rest of the team, and that's not good. Obviously, but so in my opinion, I just really think it's just the just decisions, the games, it's just being managed poorly. Obviously, with more competition, that will force changes for that. For us to put out a new video talking about how Diablo 4 content or 11 to look up PoE2 and slamming rocks. Ferguson's stupid tweet about Diablo. Like, so I don't know why Rod posted that tweet. Like, what was the point? Yeah, you know, PoE2 is almost complete. I wouldn't say it's almost complete, no. Well, I wouldn't say it's like almost complete per se. Like it we still got. Is it he's in his feelings? John Day says PoE hasn't done shit yet. It's all talk at the moment. It could easily flop. So like, you'll probably anger a lot of people with that comment, but you're not technically wrong. There's a very slim chance that they do flop. They have to really shoot themselves in the foot to flop. But you're not wrong on the fact that they haven't done anything yet, and that's true. At least the game itself, PoE2 hasn't done anything yet. That is true. It is a lot of talk at the moment. But it does come from like a place where, you know, there is reason to believe or feel that is going to do well based off the first game. But I mean, there's been many games that have sequels that didn't pan out, but it is a wait and see sort of thing. Yeah, PoE2 is closer to complete than D4 was after season 2. I mean, yeah, but you also gotta, well, if you're comparing it to the early access, you do have to also get that D4, I guess, attempted to take risk in its systems and not kind of bring over a D3 port in this end game. Not that there's anything wrong with PoE2 doing that, but like, because I mean, don't fix what isn't broken. I think it's a lot easier to kind of take what you already have and build upon it if it's really good than to try to make something new or try to change the formula a bit. So GGG didn't change the formula, and that's actually why some of the Doomers, it's a very small group, right? Very small group of Path of Exile players, you know, are complaining about Path of Exile 2, saying there's nothing new. So like, except for the classes. So it's like, you know, there's nothing new. Like, the end game is basically all the same. Again, that's, you know, Doomers are going to be Doomers per se. But it's just like, you do, it's hard to not be ahead of the game if you were kind of reusing a winning formula, in which Diablo 4 did not do initially. I'm not defending it, Season 2, at all whatsoever. But I think comparing the two as if they kind of went the same way in that sense is, I don't know. D4 technically could have went that route too, but chose not to. And I'm glad they didn't go that route. I will say that I don't like the route they went either in season 2, but I'm also glad they didn't kind of just rehash D4 stuff at that time. I'm actually not even the biggest fan of them rehashing a lot of D3 stuff in the current. They did take some of the good stuff that was in D3 and implement in D4, as you see, but like I'm really not happy about that portion. That part. Do you think D4 got pushed out the door early? Oh yeah, absolutely. D4 had a lot of problems in development that a lot of people just don't know about. I'm surprised the game even launched, period, given the many issues during development. The Blizzgate, COVID, changes of leadership, the morale of the D4 team for the first 6 years of development was like near zero. People hated coming to work for Blizzard at the time. The campaign story got rewritten several times. That people walk out because of misogyny. I mean, a lot has happened in the development of the D4 that was absolutely atrocious, man. And you would hope that after a bad development cycle of D3, that it would not happen in D4, and then it happened. Also, D4 was actually a different game for the first couple of years. It was actually not an isometric RPG. It was going to actually be a over-the-shoulder game, much like a Souls-like. So when they scrapped that, they wasted a couple of years of development time doing that, in which they didn't. They chose not to go with. There's a lot of things that we could talk about that went wrong there. And now, you know, Diablo 4 is technically just playing catch up from all those mishaps, I guess you could say. I believe people want to make money in every AAA game. It's been a flop for years. Larry comes around and punches the gaming industry in the face. Fair. Still, I'll be waiting for open beta. Same. What can D4 learn from PoE though? I say skill tree revamp. Honestly, I wouldn't even necessarily say learn from Path of Exile per se. But more rather, pick a philosophy and stick with it. They tried to appease to Diablo 2 and the Diablo 3 fan base when the game launched, and ended up accomplishing neither. And then now we get to season 4 or 5 and 6 or whatever, and obviously they're appealing more to the Diablo 3 audience, and like the game has gone in the right direction in season 4, season 5 for sure, as you can see and tell. But they should have went a route, period, instead of trying to appease everyone. The whole open world concept thing, same thing, trying to bring more people into the genre that normally doesn't play action RPGs, or trying to have like a semi-hybrid with this whole open world thing. Just isn't really working out for them like that. At least not in the way that they were hoping for. And don't get me wrong, like I like Rod, I do. I like Rod. Like as a bro, I like Rod. I just think that if you're gonna put someone in charge of, be general manager of a Diablo franchise, it should be somebody who, worked on Diablo for years. Like Rod is not traditionally a Diablo player, he's just not. So like, sure, he might have, sure he has management experience and, other genres of the game, but like, it's hard to respect Rod in the same way that you would respect someone who's played the game, right? Someone who's been there through the trenches of, of Diablo development and stuff. Like, he just wasn't there for any of that. So like, his comments oftentimes come off as, I won't say tone deaf, but just like as if he just hasn't he just hasn't been around. Like it's just doesn't mesh at all whatsoever. And like again, I'm not trying to talk ill of Rod Ferguson in that sense. I just don't know if he's the right guy for the role, honestly. It gets really, I almost feel like he, oftentimes with his tweets and things, end up hurting the perception of the game rather than helping. And then of course it doesn't help that he doesn't really have a background in this genre either. Monster Hunter is a good example of leveraging the same formula for many years until be successful. And then they branched out with Monster Hunter World initially, and a lot of your older folk, your traditional Monster Hunter players got really upset about it. You know, calling it too easy, watered down, casualized and stuff. I mean, now it's you know, now it's accepted as like, you know, traditional Monster Hunter game, but before then, Monster Hunter World was not. Got a lot of backlash from traditionalists. You say it's not like you're coming off like you're talking shit on Rod. You're just stating your opinion based on a ton of facts. Yeah, I think it's just for a game like this, you know, again, you would, you know, it's hard for again the player base to respect someone they don't know in that particular position of the field, especially when remarks are made sometimes that don't really align with what you would expect to hear from somebody who's been in the industry for a long period of time. That's probably the best way that I can say that. So like, it's hard to defend the comments. You can't, like, whether you're a fanboy or not. Like, how do you defend like the tweet itself? Like you can't really, like, that just seems so far out of left field. You're just like, I can't even. Now I know, like, don't get me wrong, there are some videos that are like taking that out of context a little bit because he didn't write that before the demo reveal thing, so it wasn't afterwards to try to make a statement. It was just him making a comment that just something he just obviously just shouldn't have done, like, at all. I mean, you have to know that the internet is gonna internet, right? Like, the internet is going to internet. And no one can really back you up for it, unfortunately. But yeah. Honestly, if they open up the skill tree with more special effects for TB per se, it would make the D4 such a fun game. Like unlimited possibilities instead of locking us into two semi-decent upgrades. Honestly, they could change that with the Paragon. Like, if they want to leave the skill tree, you know, pretty empty as it is, okay, as long as they allow the Paragon board to drastically change the way our skills work. If they wanted that to be the thing to make that work, I'd be totally down with it. Because right now the Paragon board, the Paragon system is just more damage. Stuff that we can already get on gear. You get more damage, more defense, more damage, more defense. It's the same thing as your gear. They could totally make that be like the way to customize your build, your character, and, like, you know, those kind of paths. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's there. Like, it's literally right there. They totally can do it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I was actually kind of taken back too when I saw how small the skill tree was when I first saw it, like, in game beta. When I played, I'm just like this is it? Like, it's just, like, I'm thinking, oh, this is just in game beta. I'm sure there'll be more skills or more passive choices or whatever like that, but nah, that was literally it. Even in the expansion, I was surprised to kind of see. I was expecting a little bit more in terms of the skill tree than what we got. some of the changes were good. You know, they did make good changes to the skill tree. I just feel like for an expansion, I was maybe hoping for a bit more. That'll be like at least 5-ish skills per class in this expansion. I wouldn't expect them that much, for sure. But a little more than what we got. I'll put it that way. I know things do take time to develop or whatnot, but I mean, I don't know. I understand what he was trying to do. There's also some serious pettiness going on with Blizzard with the timing of that live stream about Season 7. They knew it was the PoE2 release stream the same day, then they got butthurt when people changed the channel from D4 to PoE2. So I don't know about all of that down there. I think most of that probably just sounds kind of like, not conspiracy theory. That's not really the right word for it. I don't think it's that. I think that's just more so of like, maybe perception, or I think Blizzard got mad somewhat in a sense, but I don't know, like when it comes to like campfire dates and stuff like that, those things are like planned out like way ahead of time. Same thing with like most companies, big announcements like that, that's planned out usually way ahead of time. I don't think they purposely try to do a campfire before or during the same time as that. In fact, I would think it would be a bad idea, honestly, for them to purposely do that, considering that a seasonal update is not going to be nearly as bad, or not going to be nearly as big as a demo reveal of a sequel of a very popular game. So if anything, it would make little sense to purposely do that. But if things line up the way that they line up, and then it's just kind of like, all right, that's just how the schedule goes. We just go with it. I'm sure Blizzard knows that. Obviously, you know, more of your especially your hardcore player base is, you know, is going to gravitate towards PoE2. I mean, it is what it is. You're not gonna be able to stop that at all. But like I said, what it does do is that like it hopefully gives a wake up call to management in terms of like what they can, you know, allow the devs to do for the game going forward. Instead of this whole like release cycle that they have right now, where they release something, don't really support the release of the season as much, and then just go on to the next season as if the previous season doesn't exist, which is exactly what happened this season, or what it feels like happens this season. I would have postponed the dev stream to this week and have it Wednesday. I don't know if it'll be a good idea to have it afterwards either. Just gonna be honest with you. Like, I don't think it would have been a good idea to have it after that. Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, like, all that's a little different. They don't really, you know, the people who get to do the campfire streams don't really have say-so of when that happens. So whoever in the higher ups decided that, hey, you know, we're gonna do it on this day and this time. It just kind of is what it is, whether it's unfortunate timing or not. Which in this case scenario was definitely unfortunate timing. But yeah, the whole thing where they're saying, you know, people are saying Blizzard purposely did that. It's like, no, that's not that. That's not what happened. Because I mean, why would you purposely shoot yourself in the foot? At least to that extent. I'll put it that way. Why would you purposely shoot yourself in the foot to that extent? So also, they don't just bring back seasons to give us a super GIMP version of the season loop mechanic. Where is the barber? The barber would kind of honestly like not. So the barber as a regular item, like if you bring back the barber the way it was, you can't really balance the game at that point, because that means every skill basically has a super AoE explosion thing that you're basing every build around. So like every build would just be making sure that you get a big barber explosion and that's it. So there are some seasonal mechanics you don't want. Like that is something that, as while it was fun in season 1 to an extent, even though every build used it and it became sort of, you know, overplayed. That's definitely one of those things you cannot really introduce and expect game balance to go well down the line. But some of the hard effects did make it into the game though, just not the barber. Keep it, nerf it, but you were saying that they give us a super GIMP version of it. Do you want them to nerf it? Not as an aspect though. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you really would. I mean, if you, the barber is one of those things where it's either really good or really bad. Because keep in mind, when it was bugged, for some classes couldn't use the barber. So, because it just wasn't worth. Like it's one of those things where it's either really good or really bad. I don't think there's an in between for barber. Either you can blow up the entire screen with it, or you can't, and it ends up not being worth. I don't think there's really an in between for the barber. It's one of those mechanics. Basically, if someone who's in charge says fire up the dev chat, well, someone has to kind of go with it. Yeah. Yeah, kind of thing. To build a barber right now would be so fun.
Potato,
yeah, but I think the thing is that
potato,
like you don't want to
potato,
homogenize builds though, right?
Potato,
At least I'll put it this way.
Potato, hey.
Equally, what's up? I wouldn't want to homogenize builds. I put it that way, where every build is built around the barber at that point, because then you no longer have build identity or skill identity. You have barber builds. Like that's, I guess that's kind of what I'm saying. I think barber was a cool concept, but I also think that like it did make for little to no build diversity, because every build was barber built this skill. But yeah, and it's just the mechanics, the way it's designed, I guess you could say. So I think it was good for a season, but it definitely contributed to season 1 being sort of stale because of that, because of the barber was just way too good. Like way too good. That you couldn't, like all the other hearts in that category couldn't compete at all whatsoever. Even if PoE2 flops, it wouldn't be as bad as a Diablo without a Diablo and heavily market expansion with no Mephisto, no new stuffs. Season 7's to fix Shadow Clone, and bugs from Season 6 still unfixed. Man, I just think it's a win for action RPGs in general. I don't even know what Last Epoch is doing, but they're supposed to be coming out with something pretty big soon as well. I think it's a pretty decent time to be a action RPG fan in general. Some are obviously doing it better than others currently, but you have options and choices, and you can play multiple different games that have something to offer. I'll put it that way. Oh yeah, my first, foremost, and complaint that I will always have with Diablo 4 is definitely bugs. I don't think I go without I don't think I ever had like an entire stream where I don't talk about bugs in some way, or how much the bugs in this game irritate me. What new game I'm playing tomorrow? Probably some sort of roguelike. I haven't decided which yet. I think I'm gonna do the new one ish from the makers of Dead Cells. Forgot what it's called. Win something, or I forgot what it's called. Windblown. I think that's the name of it. I'm not sure. If it's by the makers of Dead Cells, then yes. I thought I'd never play a Twisting Blaze build this season. Ever. But I have way more fun without the temper, the return, the quicker return temper. All right. How much material do I have now? 16.7. Okay. Bone was cool, good art style. I was a big fan of Dead Cells though. Like, even though I didn't play it much, I mean, I did get past the first playthrough or whatever. Like the first whole playthrough. But the combat was very satisfying. Like very, very satisfying. So I'm actually very excited to give it a go tomorrow. Hey Dad, could you remind me where I get the pet to pick up loot? It should be in your thing. So you just go to wardrobe. Or, sorry, you have to do a quest, I think it is. And Kyovashab, where you have to pet the dog or something like that. After you do that, you can get a pet. It's been a while since I did it, so I honestly don't even remember. But if you've already played the game for a bit, you should be able to go to wardrobe, go to pets, and then kind of pick your pet from here. I imagine the red tape in Diablo 4 must be pretty insane. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's so because, and also the team is massive. There's a whole, I put it this way, there's a whole part of the campus in Blizzard that was dedicated to Diablo 4, like Diablo 4 stuff. So there's a lot of people doing different things in the game that oftentimes feels like isn't being communicated with each other. But there's a lot of red tape in the Diablo 4 universe. And again, this isn't to excuse I'm not excusing Blizzard or anything like that, or like the devs or whatnot, but I think that there are times where it's like I can have, and how do I say that? I can have a casual conversation with some devs, right? And I might think the same way that, like, appreciate the gift the sub. I might have a similar thought, whereas like, you know, maybe like the most chats where I'm just like, you know, this makes no sense. Why would you do this? This makes, you know, Why would you go this route? You know, this doesn't work. Obviously, this design just makes zero sense. Like, I will have some of the same thoughts too. And then I speak with them like in person, and you know, I can't say everything that we talk about, obviously, the things I just can't talk about, but like I speak with them, you know, have casual conversations for hours, and I come to realize that they understood it exactly what I was talking about. Like they know exactly the things I've been complaining about or talking about or have issues with, and to a T, and can, like, you know, regurgitate it back to me with a better perception of it than I had. And I'm like, wait, but if you know this, if you guys know this, why are we not seeing it? And then that's when it starts to kind of become a little clear. And this is like, and of course, I mean, you can't say anything at that point. You're just like, okay, you know, obviously you're not about to, you know, say stuff about, you know, the higher ups while you're there at that point of time, right? But you get the idea. It's like I'm sure not all of them, but I'm sure some of them kind of get in that feels too, where it's like they wish they could show us that they do know what needs to be done. And that's all I can really say. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it sucks that they sometimes can't really just do that. Not like I said, not all devs, but like, you see what I'm saying? So like, I guess because of that, it makes me almost kind of feel for them a little bit, because I'm just like, man, like if you guys may have worked for, like, let's just say you guys do like an indie company or something like that, like what would you be able to do? Like if like I would love to be able to sit down with conversations like, hey, you know, if you guys were part of an indie company, what would you do? Like what would be your ideal whatever's, right? Like there's some real talent that do work in that industry, or that do work on the D4 team. I don't know. I think I don't want to say too much, because again, I'm not trying to get in trouble here. Because I mean, I do get, you know, fair access to, you know, speak with some of these people and stuff like that. So I'm not trying to ruin that part of it, but there's a different perspective that I have because of that. That if had I not talked to them, or if I don't talk to them, or didn't talk to them, or anything like that, I will probably feel the same way that the majority of the player base feels about a lot of things in this game. I'll put it this way. I would totally lash out at the devs too. I would totally, yeah. So I get it. Like from the other perspective, I get it. But it's so hard to separate it now, because you know, it's like they know, and that's all I can that's all I can say. Like they absolutely know, much more than people think, you know, and it just can't be said. It can't be, you know, there's, like I said before, like buff sword plays, there's a lot of red tape, man, and that just, it makes a situation look a certain way. And then there are other companies with a lot less red tape, and I'm pretty sure devs in certain companies are being like, man, I wish I had the freedom to say that, or do that, or try this, or experiment with that, or work on this, or fix that, right? Like, I'm sure they get envious too. Like, you know, but they can't outright say these things, because, you know, that's all I'm gonna say. But with that being said, I mean, don't get me wrong, criticism is criticism. I think just throwing it at Blizzard as a whole, in terms of how things are managed, or how decisions are made, I feel like is where a lot of the ball is being dropped on the game overall. Don't get me wrong. Season 4, season 5 were definitely in the right direction. Season 6 was quite disappointing. Expansion was okay, but season 6 was quite disappointing. I guess we'll just kind of see from here, I guess. But I'm gonna always complain about bugs as long as they're in the game. I'm gonna always be mad about it. I'm gonna always state my opinion and be very firm with that aspect, man. Something's got to give, man. Something's got to give. Is there any way you can influence Blizzard with your sheer experience and outlet to make you before everybody again? Oh, me, like personally, no. It ain't no way that I'm enough of that. Like, I don't even think Rax and Moody, is enough of that, because it's really not about influencing them as creators or the developers. It's more so just money, and that's the part that sucks. Decisions are ultimately made by what's in the best financial interest. And with a company that large, that's exactly what happens. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you like really listen into a lot of the campfire chats and like how they PR talk, you can kind of like start to kind of piece together some things in terms of like what's really happening. Stash tabs was one of them. Like when they used to talk about that sometimes and saying that they would like to give us stash tabs, and then that's all they say is like, yeah, we want to give you more stash tabs, but they can't say more than that. There's a reason why they can't say more than that. It's not because they don't want to. I'm sure as a dev, they play the game, they want more stash tabs too, But and then they can't tell us what that but is, right? Still remember when Colin said that they couldn't change boss mat stack size due to technical limitations. Yeah, like there are little tidbits. There there's little tidbits that just like becomes obvious, like they're really on like a real tight leash in terms of what they can say. Okay, am I playing tomorrow? I don't know yet. We'll see. I don't know how someone could convince people that money is more important than fixing bugs. I mean, to us, Delamar, to us, that makes sense. But we don't see the financial, we don't see the financial incentives on our side. We don't, Nubu, appreciate the get this up. We don't see the financial like the financials on their side. We're not on that side of the thing. We're just here, so we don't know what they're in, like how much, like what they're making, like what they're making right now. We don't know how much money they're investing in resources to do certain things in Diablo 4. We don't know how much income that's coming in from, revenue coming in from the same games. It's like we don't know. So when they make decisions, we don't know why that is. We don't know. So. But the bottom line for a corporation that big at this point is really money. So like, I get what you're saying. I am 1,000% with you in terms of fixing bugs. Like, bro, like I complain about that every stream. I am with you, man. But somewhere in there, in terms of the higher ups, feels like it's just not important enough to get those things fixed versus getting other content out. And they might feel like that's a better use of funds. Do I agree? Hell no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. But I don't have the revenue sheets. I'm not on the earnings calls. I don't know what works, I don't know. Right? But it sucks. It sucks that that's the position that we're in right now. PoE way is to make the game free and make money from MTX skins. Blizzard can also do that, but they want both. Make people pay for a game and pay for skin. They should do one or the other. In my opinion, their business model is outdated. It's not Blizzard's business model. I do want to kind of make that clear that it's not Blizzard's business model. keep in mind, yeah, it's not Blizzard's business model. They don't have control over that part of it. Like Blizzard themselves don't have control over that. They do not. They gave that up the moment that they merged with Activision, and they also gave that up when the merger with Activision Blizzard to Microsoft. They don't have that business model. Keep in mind, you remember Cyber Samurai. Keep in mind, why do you think Blizzard was so beloved back when it was just Blizzard? Remember when it was just Blizzard, they had their own business model. Do you know what their business model was? We release it when it's done. That was the model. So they'll take 20, 30 years in the game if they have to. Because, well, for one, they can. It's their game, and they make all the choices. And two, they know that it's going to be good, and we will buy it. You see what I'm saying? So, like, I think that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like, yeah, so what we have right now is not Blizzard's business model. That went away a long time ago. Like, definitely over a decade ago. 13, 14 years ago. Gone out the window. They haven't had their own business model since. But you're not wrong. You know, you're not wrong in the sense of like, like what GGG does. But keep in mind, GGG was a small company, just like Blizzard was. Remember back when we loved Blizzard? So think about it. Old school Blizzard, somewhat old school GGG or current GGG, I guess you could say, as long as Tencent leaves them alone. Which they seemingly have, right? Like, I wonder what would Blizzard be like. I wonder what would Blizzard be like now if they never merged with Activision, and let's say let's say Tencent picked them up and gave them the freedom that they're giving GGG. What would Blizzard games look like today from 14 years ago? Like, what would the progression of Blizzard been throughout that time frame? We would never know. We would have had a lot of the big names on Blizzard that, like Jeff or whatever. It's like there's some of the good guys that would have stuck around because they could make their own decisions still. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine when money become the priority, the passion will slowly disappear. But I think the devs will technically still have the passion, because I mean you're never in the industry because for the money. But the higher ups will always obviously prioritize money in a very big company, because that's the only purpose. That's the only purpose of a company existing, is to make money. Like, it serves no other purpose technically. So companies that large is literally referring to the higher up. Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. For sure. You said we would have StarCraft 3. Bro, we would have Warcraft 4, man. Imagine, man. Yo. Warcraft 4. Cell Kittens, what's going on? Yeah. Like I said, usually I kind of feel like I'm gonna get in trouble for me saying some things I'm saying. I don't think I am, or I will. I think I kind of, tread the line carefully. But I just kind of want to throw enough out there, just so therefore, like, because I feel like the devs get shit on all the time, and it sucks sometimes because I know more, and I just kind of want to redirect some of that frustration to where it should go versus where it normally it tends to go sometimes. That's all. Just because I met them, I got just to talk to them. They're not incompetent, even if it at times appears so. Instead, we got a Diablo mobile. I know that was more so Activision too, by the way. Diablo Immortal was a Activision decision. And Wyatt Chain. So here's some more information about that. So it was more of an Activision decision, and Wyatt Chain decided to to lead the project so it can be a good game for a mobile game. Like he wanted to prove that there can be like a quality mobile game. Granted, obviously, the normal audience, don't really want that. Like we didn't want a mobile Diablo, so we don't care. But like he really wanted to put out a good project for the Diablo series for Immortal, or for a mobile game. But the idea of a mobile game was not Blizzard's idea technically. You said, these people got to pay for progression. Well, it's a traditional mobile game. It's a traditional free to play mobile game. So most of your monetization practices apply there. But you can technically play the majority of the game and enjoy the game without paying a dime. But if you want to like get more powerful gems or whatever, then yeah, you're gonna have to pay. But the core game itself is actually not bad at all. It's actually a good mobile game, believe it or not. But I think when you look at it from a content creator's perspective, when you look at videos like that, everyone will make you believe that it's a really shitty game. It has a shitty monetization system, but the game itself is actually like pretty good. And this is from somebody who's played it quite a bit. It's not fun if you're not progressing. You are progressing. You still can progress without paying money. There's just a certain amount of progression that you're kind of locked out of. Obviously, because it's a mobile game. But I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. And more people on my friends just playing DI than playing D4. So I was just like, I'd be lurking sometimes. All right, well, we're gonna rate out. And like I said, I know people tend to try to call me like not call me, but like, being like a Diablo fanboy. And it's not like when I talk about some of these topics like this, it's not that I'm being a fanboy, but more so it's just like, I wish you guys can be in certain conversations that I got the opportunity to be in. Because I think the perception would be a little bit different if everybody, if they were able to broadcast all the stuff that we talked about, or just have fun with, I guess you could say. I think the perception would be a little different. I'm not saying Blizzard would be excused, but I think we would kind of have a better idea of where the fault really lies in the game itself, for certain things. And that's all I'm saying. So I do get a little touchy sometimes when it comes to the devs, just because I've met them. So still though, fix bugs, please. God, please bug fix, for the love of God. All right, we're gonna go to fame. Paragon board, you said the customize is massive. You should tweet that. Zero. I mean, I've already mentioned that as honestly, I've mentioned that as a feedback comment personally in July. So I've actually already spoken that already. So they know. They're also very well aware of the situation Paragon boards are in. I do wish that they would expand a lot more on it, or go a completely different direction. All right, let's hang out with Fame. If Cell Kittens were streaming, I would totally go to Cell Kittens, but she's slacking right now. At least you're a spokesperson for it. I'll try to be fair. Like I said, I mean, everybody's gonna have some bias. Let's be honest. Like everybody's gonna have some bias, but I try to be fair with my criticism usually. While I'm fair about the things I do like about the game, I am fair about my criticism. Do I have blue sky? No. Is that like a, what is that? Is that like a isn't that like Twitter or something like that? I don't know. I'm not cool enough to have this. I don't even have an Instagram or TikTok. I'm not cool. I'm not cool enough for that stuff. Like I'm not cool enough for that. Who's gonna like my posts, Cell? No one's gonna read my crap on those things, really. You would not. No one's gonna read anything I have to say on any of those platforms, really. I am not cool enough for that. Literally, I'd be a waste of server space. Way better than Twitter in its heyday. I mean, I might have to check it out, but yeah. I did get my Twitter recovered, yeah. So I just haven't really said anything because there's nothing for me to post. Because again, who cares about what I post on X, right? Exactly, yeah. So I posted one thing, so and you didn't even like it. So you lied to me. You lied to me. I made one post since I got my account back. It's the same handle. And you didn't even like it. See what I mean? There it is. Exactly my point. Exhibit A right there. No, it's all good. It's all good. Let's go to Fame. Appreciate you guys chilling with me still. We're gonna still have a journey of, some D4, some new game, and then of course when December 6th comes, we'll be playing some Path of Exile too. Backseating is welcomed because I'm gonna be a complete noob at the game. So for those who know more systems than I do, please help. Help your boy out. Anyways, enjoy Fame. I'll see you tomorrow night. And as always, till next time.